The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What's up? Y'all know what time it is. It's that Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. I see you. Let me get my rundown right quick. Let me see my people out here. Hey, y'all, don't forget to hit that like button. You get a chance. Don't forget to hit that like button. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already done so. Big shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? The one and only longtime supporter. The one and only, I said, the Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my man, Pitwise Kennel in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my main man, Mr. Courtney Edwards in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my man, Bloodthirst #1, a.k.a. Havoc 360 in the house. What up, fam? My man, the bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Despo in the house. What up, fam? CDK. Constant Trauma Kennels in the house. Yo, what up, bam? Want to give a big shout out to my main man, my brother, Chico Nicholas, representing the D-Dog. What up, fam? Let me see. Big shout out to CPK, American Pit Bull Terrier Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my man, Mr. Trevor Lee. What up for him? Yo, my man, where you been, homie? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Mike Lee in the house. What up, fam? Let me see here what we got going here. Big shout out to the Insane Honey Badger. What up, fam? Hey, big shout out to all my good people out there. Let me see. I've been trying to, let me see if I can find it on here right quick. 1 second here. Okay, go over here. Hey, big shout out to everybody for showing up, showing out. Look, tonight we're going to be talking about, let's make it make sense. Some of the things that I hear, some of the conversating on, you know, we should be able to address it. And then it sets for good conversation. You know, I put the link up there. Hold on. Let me cut this down right quick here. Hold on, fellas. I'm trying to deal with the sound here. There we go. I wanted to get in here and check this this poll out right quick. Hey, yo, look here. Y'all don't forget to take that poll. It's not a wrong or right answer. It's not a wrong or right answer, but it gives us a better insight of how we look at things in the now compared to the way we kind of looked at them back in the day. I don't think too much has changed, but then I still hear people, you know, make that comment, you know, dog is dead game. And I just, for me, you know, coming from the era I come from, it's kind of like dead game meant what it meant, you know. Dog was there to the end. You know, there was no doubt the dog was there to the end. So that's kind of the way it came in, but it might have changed over a time period, maybe when we were out of this game. But I hear people use it a lot more often to represent a dog that's alive, and I just kind of all right, fellas, I'm gonna jump over here right quick on Mo's side, because with my side, act like you wanted to act crazy over there, be cutting off. So I'm trying to monitor what's going on as far as the poll. Let me get back to my chats and see what y'all thinking out here. There we go. Let me see. My man Pitwise, he said it's a marketing tool. Y'all can hear me, right? Oh, just wanted to make sure. I had to change over because the other computer wanted that crazy. So I'm gonna jump on Mo's side where we can do close to is not. Okay. I'm gonna go through over some of these comments. Because some of these comments, you know, they make sense. I'm gonna start with this one right here, my man right here. C. PK, American Pit Bull Kennels. He says, based on question, if a modern day hits grand champion or champion gaming, can it make a dead game dog or game dog? I mean, you know, my opinion on based on what I'm reading, I think any dog don't necessarily, I mean, if it hits grand champion or champion gaming, can it make dead game dogs or game dogs? I think it don't even have to have a title. I mean, any dog can make a dead game dog. You know, any dog can be a dead game dog because it takes exactly what it says, regardless of how it's bred. If it's there to the end, I mean, to the end, even use like to me, Kenny Allen was a dead game dog. Why? Because he died doing what he loved best. I mean, that's what I call that's a dead game dog. Man. He proved his point. I mean, where was he at? He was right in the box when it happened. Tony Robbins, another one. To me, he was a dead game dog, man. You know, and these are men that I know in my lifetime that passed away doing what they love to do. And when I say dead game, I mean they died really doing what they love to do. They died in their box doing what they love to do. That's dead game dog man. Now we can give a dog man that much respect, then I think the same respect should always be given to the dog. It's a proven fact. These men are dead game. I mean, we can talk about, even me as a dog, man, I could die tomorrow. Does that make me dead game? Yeah, we are true and loyal to this game to the day we die. But God didn't bless us the opportunity to be doing this, something that we love, and He takes us away at that moment. They are far and in between. You know what I'm saying? I would never be considered a dead game dog, man, unless that's the way I go out doing what I love to do. And we've had some dead game dogs on our yard that went out doing what they love to do. We've always spoken to them, Goldie and Amber, two dead game dogs that love to do what they did and they died doing it. So yeah, I consider them dead game dogs. But to use it as a term, I'm kind of looking at. Let me see here. I seen somebody made a comment. The words can't be dead game. And then okay, you're right. You're right, CTK. You're right. That right there was my point. You can't be dead game and ain't don't be dead. I that's the way that's the way we came up in this game. You're right, CTK. That's where I come from. I come from that era of dog man. So when I hear people use it so much now, I kind of think, at what point did we get away from the meaning of that? Big shout out to my man RBG Lone Wolf out there. What up, fam? Big shout out to Union County. What up, fam? I see y'all, fellas. Let me see who else had something. My man Pitwise. Big shout out to my man Pitwise. What up, fam? Pitwise made a good point here. He says it's a marketing tool. Okay. That I can see that being true if it made sense as a marketing tool. At what point do we start using that part? I mean, I hear people, and we've all heard people, yeah, he's a game dog. But game dog, we all have our different interpretations of what a game dog actually is. The thing is, when we talk about a game dog, we talk about a dog that, regardless of what's going on, you bring him back to that line, and he's not going to let you down, regardless of what the situation, how long you've been there. He's getting across there. But and a lot of that, for me, responsible dog man, and I'm just speaking from my time period, you would very seldomly see men let it go that far. If you see the dog is game, you're gonna hear a lot of people around the box, especially if that dog don't have a chance. They used to, protest. Hey man, don't pick that dog up. He game as hell, but ain't no way you're gonna win tonight. Go and pick him up, you know. And that's the integrity of the game that I came from. You know, me personally, you know, I'd be upset. I'd be like looking to lose my mind when I seen people, you know, be losing and then take that don't give a damn attitude and then do dumb shit after the fact. I've been in two occasions I remember that I lost it over me seeing somebody do it. You know, I think my mom spoke on one, you know, when dude picked the dog up and slammed it on the floor. And boy, you talking about a rage. And it was at, you know, one of our shows and I lost it. Because, you know, totally disrespect to the dog. You know, the dog had more heart than he did. But to even go that far, yeah, I take that kind of shit personally because my thing is always love the dog first. You know, you got to have more heart than the dog. The dog was be vibing off you. Maybe that's why the dog did the best it could do. But then, you know, is that the way to treat the dog? No. But that's just like one of the things I wanted to talk about. You know, get me to make it, you know, make it make sense. You know, how are we gonna be out here talking about dead game dogs and dogs be alive? Like, that kind of got by me on that one. Let me see here. Get some more things out here. There's shooters. Okay, let me put this up here. There's shooters and there's killers. Yeah, I mean anybody can be a shooter. I mean, you know, being ex-military, trust me, I have no quarrel in anybody can shoot a gun. Hell, there's a lot of gangsters out there that people go to shoot and they turn their backs. They be literally turning their backs or pointing backwards and just shoot. They're not paying attention to where they shoot. And they just turn their heads. You see some of these shooters, and they just be shooting. Anybody can be a shooter. You know, let me try to be that man and stand there and they shooting at you and you turn around and you look down that barrel and you are really trying to shoot who's shooting at you. That's the stone killer to me. That's that one who can look deaf and say, I'm going to get who's shooting at me. Not the kid that was standing on the porch 50 feet away. No, I'm talking about that guy who can look into the at a situation instead of running, pull that piece up, look down that barrel, and take that shot. That's a stone killer to me. Because you got to have cojones. You got to have something in you to face death and fear to protect yourself. Okay. If he died in the process, at least he went out the way he was supposed to go out, defending himself, not running with his back turned, but defending himself. That's a dead game killer right there. It just wasn't his day. And then some cases it do be his day. But you look at these dogs the same way. You know, some dogs they just didn't have it in them. It became the preservation of life kicks in. You know, they start thinking about it. You know, no, they ain't that day. Big shout out to my man Uniontown. Uniontown says depends on how he's produces what traits. Okay. You know, sometimes it be these moments right here where I'd be like, Union County. I sure would like to see you hit that link, fam, and come up and explain that. Because, first of all, to me, it's a great comment. I just want to know what makes you say that, because you said depends on how he produces and what traits. So I'm kind of looking. Are you saying the dead game part of this is a born trait part, and that trait can be passed on, or are you saying he has to be bred with a certain talent to be to have that deeper gayness? Because to me, you can't test dead games. Games can be tested, but dead game cannot be tested. It's going to be done and over. That's the test right there. It stayed there long enough. It did all it could do. I mean, we've always talked about killers. Sometimes you can run into a killer. To me, Luther was a killer, but you know, Ace was a killer. I felt like Brat was a killer because these dogs. I mean, they were killers, but let's talk about the dogs that they were on. In order for something like that to go to that extreme, that meant that dog had to be there. And when you're dealing with killers, sometimes you don't get that handle to save that dog. Sometimes you have to step in there as a handler to save that dog. Okay, that's enough. You got to call it, And then you take that dog that was down and you put him in the corner and you want to satisfy just how game he was based on the situation he was in. And he gets in there in that corner and turns around and act like he was winning. Can't call him dead game. But one damn thing for sure, you can call him. He's game. The damn twin, he was getting killed. Yeah, he still came out the corner. What do you want me to say? It's a proven fact. He was getting murked, but he still came out the corner. Okay, can't take nothing from that. That's gotta remember. You know, these matches we talk about back in the day, it's not all about just the dog. We gotta always keep in mind that we also speak of the handler. Remember them dog and you, your dog, the other dog, and their opponent. Them the only people in there outside of a referee. Those people have control of what's going on at that point in time. So some people, I've seen them ones to be dealing with them killers and they just swear them down, it's all gonna blow over. Yeah, we're gonna see at 45 he can still do that. Okay. The problem is you don't make it to 45. And you should have known you wasn't gonna make it to 45. But I've seen it happen. I've seen them that do make it to 45, and what more could you ask of that other animal? But some just truly believe that it's gonna come and it don't never come. And like I said, I seen Tommy Boy. I think this was the only dog you ever heard me. Well, and then the Radar Martell, and even the Cycle. Well, no, because he quit. Yeah, Cycle, but he was dead game. I'm talking about the dog that he went into. He did not. He stood there. So that he wasn't game. He wasn't willing to put it on the line. That was that life or flight situation. But you talk about Martell and Radar. Look at that scratch Martell made. You know what I'm saying? He made one hell of a scratch. Uh, he couldn't make it for the win. Yeah. I mean, Martell did. Radar made it. Yeah. Martell did not make it. He made that scratch, but he didn't make it. That was it. So it's some type of situation where you be like, "Ooh, that was a great fight." Why? Because you was dealing with two great dogs. No, he didn't quit. He was done. After that one, once Radar got done, there was no more coming out that dog. He wasn't going to make it. But and even the Sandman and Bug Fight. Look at the great ones down through history and think about what made them great. That's all I'm saying. Yellow Buck and Buster, another great one. I think when you're dealing with dead game, and that there are far and in between the great ones who you can truly say that they were dead game because they better be dead. That's all I'm saying. You can have a game dog and still be alive, but you can't have a dead game dog and still be living. But that's my opinion. I haven't got it. I want to get over here and take a look and see what the chat was. To me, Tommy Boy, she was a dead game dog. I truly believe what I've seen out of her spoke volume to what kind of dog she really was. Even though it happened and she was in a bad position after 5 minutes of Red Ace destruction on her. But I mean, hey, based on what she did to get there and how she got there, you can't question the fact that she was a dead game dog. She didn't make it. But the fact was, she did everything that she could. And she successfully made that scratch what made her grand champion. She didn't live after that. I mean, immediately after that, they was hurt. But I understood I would be hurt too to lose to a dog that great. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Now, I don't know if this thing is showing me. Go into the thing mode and show me if it's showing me on the screen. I think I'm supposed to be up on the screen. I just want to make sure I am up on the media screen. Let me get back to these comments. Y'all know what I'm saying. Let me get back to some of these. Let me see here. I want to give a big shout out to my man, J-Rock. J-Rock 735 coming in with a 10-piece, showing that love. What up? Bam! Appreciate that, J-Rock. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Chico Nicholas. He said, big bro, Tony Rogers died in the pit. R.I.P. You're right. He sure did. No, Tony Rogers. Tony sure did. Yeah, those guys, like I said, that's what that's the definition of dead game to me. Let me see what else I got. Okay. Show my boy some love. CPK said, "Oh, I dig it. I was thinking this the other day. If someone survives and returns, they either ran from the fight or escaped death. So no one believed he was game in the first place." Yeah. I mean, I just wonder how and why people use such a statement today and so many find it as like it's okay. I mean, I've seen little small kind of arguments, but the more they argue, the more you hear people use it in a way that okay, well, what's separating a dead game dog from a game dog? It's got to be, they can't be the same. You just can't automatically say because he's game, he's dead game. No, that don't work. It says, what's different from dead game and crashing out? I crashing out, from my understanding, y'all use the word crashing out. We used to say flip mode. You know, flip mode is you just went from this real nice guy to now your boys can't nobody bring you under control. Now you just don't flip straight out. You know, you ain't trying to hear nothing. You ain't trying to be controlled by your people. You have just flipped out. You know, y'all call it crashing out. That's what we call it. Oh boy, he flipped out. So I think they the same thing, but flipping out, you know, is a little different than being a controlled person. Somebody be like, okay, twin lost it. What do you mean? Well, he ain't flip out or nothing, but he just, he got quiet. I think he might have been the one who went and did that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't saying that, but he just changed after that. Those are the ones that you be like, that's a controlled, flipped out situation. He didn't just totally flip out, because you flip out, you're not thinking, you're just totally out of control. Crashing out, I think that's the same thing. You're just totally out of control. You're not thinking, you just reacting, which causes you to do a lot of crazy shit. That's a lot different than a controlled killer. Somebody be like, okay, I'm gonna let you have that one. I'm gonna let you have that one. But best believe I'm gonna get that back though. Them the ones when things happen, you be like, ooh, he did it because he said he was gonna do it. Just didn't know he would actually do it. Well, yeah, some people actually be meaning that shit. Did that mean they flipped out or they went crazy? No, that means that they was about their business and they wasn't playing about what they said they was gonna do. You should have been ready, because he did tell you. That's all I'm gonna say about those. Big shout out to my man Mike Lee. Mike Lee said facts. I already know, but I even have to ask him what he meant by that. That's a fact, twin. I'm not till my last breath taking, I got you there, CPK. That's generally what the dead game dog does. He gonna be there. Even if he can't be, I've seen him down, man. I've seen him get back to that corner. Man, wow. I don't understand. He came out that corner. And then you do have someone that, be there to the end. When I say be there to the end, they be there so long that the dog just winning, stand there and be like, I done did all I can do, and then just stand there. Just stand there, The one that was getting mopped, he just because he's game as hell, he still finds a way to be there in the end. Might not be totally done after the fact. That was it. That was it. But the fact is, when it's time for them to go, they go. And like I said, when it was time for Tommy to go, she did go. Wasn't nothing left after that. But the fact is, she did go. That's what dead game means to me. Hey Mo, can you see the phone on your phone? I can't see it from here, but I know it's on there. Big shout out to my man, the Mad Doctor. Mad Doctor said Red Man scratch when he wanted to. But my trying to see where he at He showed me he might scratch, but kill every opponent. Scratch or not, I kept. No. I'm trying to understand what that meant, Red Man, Mad Doctor. But coming from you, I'm pretty sure if you kept him, he was worthy of keeping. Let me see here what I'm here. Big shout out to my man, the Eli Monster. What up, fam? Big shout out to Seawood. What up, fam? My man Seawood said, dead means dead. Yeah. A dog who dies in hope is considered a dead game dog. I mean, losing or not, it's still a dead game dog. Let me see. You're dead is dead. Yeah, true. Okay. It was Union County said it was a response. Okay, I got you, Union County. I feel you say it was a response to CPK asking about production of modern champs and grand champs able to throw game dogs. I feel you. I got you. I think it's I wouldn't say if people use it as a selling point, then that makes me question the buyers. Because if you're using something like that as a selling point, then the buyer cannot know what dead game means. Which means if they don't understand the difference of dead game, then they would definitely wouldn't understand the definition and the meaning of what a game dog looks like. Because you got to know what a game dog looks like to even appreciate what a dead game dog has to go through to be considered dead game. Like I said, I mean, a dead game dog is dead, but a game dog can still produce great dogs. You might have been on something that was bad as hell, but one damn thing for sure, you can promote that dog even with a loss was a game ass dog. There's been many dogs out there, fellas, that have been great dogs and picked up because that to me is what a responsible dog man is supposed to do. I mean, the responsible ones. And like I said, man, we was running the fast lane. That was the norm. You know, very seldom did you see ignorant people do ignorant things. And most of the time, when you were doing something ignorant, and you know, it was going to be more than me having something to say. You know, it was just, really about if a person ain't got a chance, like in our match, it was a long match. Mo and his opponent, they knew there's no way we let this go any further than where it's going. Both of these dogs ain't gonna make it. He knew, just like they knew with the Radar Martell situation. At this rate, they're not going to make it. So that thing, when it went on, beyond that point, it was something that both opponents they would have to understand. It was not. They just wasn't going to happen. And that's what went with. That's just a part of the game. Let me see. My man CBK said, in past weeks, GH.CH been speaking on modern dogs working in their field today. Well, I wouldn't say we talk about modern dogs in the field of the day because again, we can't really speak on the modern dogs as far as what they did and how they do it and how they did it because we really don't know. But if you know, which means you're in the need to know, yet you can speak on things that have happened or already don't know when and where and how and who, but there's the story. You know, and this game has been made up of a lot of stories. You know, the fact is it true? I don't know, but it's like you asked me to, to go put my hands on Yellow Dog. I could go put my hands on Yellow Dog. You know, asked me to go put my hands on a daughter of Mr. Mayday. I can go put my hands on a daughter of Mr. Mayday. These things outside of these are modern day dogs, but I can speak on these dogs because I know these dogs. Yeah, we know a lot of great dogs and dog men. And again, things haven't changed. You know, the underground gonna be the underground, and people with dogs gonna always be people with dogs, and people. This game is gonna always be full of stories, and and that's all they should be looked at as stories. This is a fictional story, and it should always be a fictional story to everyone because y'all know what the law says. I'm going to help y'all with that. Stick to the disclaimer. This disclaimer prevents you from ever being caught up doing anything irresponsible with these dogs. But who am I to be knocking anybody about what they do with these dogs? Especially when we created this show to tell y'all about what we did with these dogs in our day. Our day ain't nothing like y'all day. So you can't take and look at things the same way because y'all can't do the things that we were doing. Y'all can't do it at the level we was doing it at. Because it's impossible considering the amount of people who were doing it. If we had that many people trying to do what the journal reported in this, what the journal reported, look what was happening outside of the journal. You know, that's the story right there. Look at all the ones who was doing it outside of the journal because you basically have to hit the journal. You know, there were stipulations. Not couldn't anybody just jump in the journal. It just didn't work like that. But then that didn't mean a lot of things wasn't happening. A whole lot of things. Them days was long gone. Long gone. And for me, they should be long gone considering that I don't wish bad on nobody. Even with the tightest of security and things that they used to do as far as checking people and having people co-sign at the door. Jack had to have a co-signer to even get the damn journal.
Here's my argument about that part. I'll let you have it. I mean, just you know, in this conversation, here's my point.
This is Mo right here, y'all, right quick.
For guys who did not report in the journal, I can understand them not reporting in the journal. But who you going into? Because guys that we talk about today, they champions and grand champions and majority of all the great dogs, you know, if you didn't report, it doesn't mean that, you know, you couldn't go into a fast lane kennel. You see what I'm saying? If you went into a fast lane kennel, you got reported. That's all I'm saying. If you out there like that, then you're going to run into somebody in the fast lane if you really out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you don't report your matches, but if you report your matches and you going into somebody like me, you ain't got to, because I will if I beat your ass. I will if you beat me. But there was so many of them dogs out there that was doing that. There was a lot of guys who usually didn't report. The church boys didn't report, but they reported those matches because they were conventions. You see what I'm saying? So you got to look at it like, you know, I don't listen to that. You know, everybody don't report because they, you know, all bullshit. Because if you putting your shit out there, I guarantee you run into somebody in the fast lane, or you got reported.
Hey, while we on that, CPK. Let me tell you something, man. I'm highlighting this point right here. this is the kind of stuff when I sit back and I read stuff like this, I be thinking that this is one of the young guys. You know, this is when you guys shine the light on yourselves. Now, and this ain't to knock you, because I mean, trust and believe, this is not to knock you, but take this from an old school person, because I am from the past. And I'm just taking your comment. But I respect a current working game dog more in blood than a dead in the past. Do you know if, like us, we killed Tommy Boy that day, grand champion, dead game grand champion. Them men never got one single breeding off of her. Nothing in her blood that, based on how she was bred, could ever do what she done. So that meant she, based on her blood, maybe she was that, might have been that special one who could have been able to take that blood to produce her.
She was off of Game Jane.
She was off of Game Jane now. Come on. But Game Jane, they never produced nothing else like her. Nothing. And then they had her, they didn't get anything out of her. So think of how many people was trying to respect that blood and never got another grand champion Tommy Boy. It only takes you to be in the game long enough to understand the importance of looking at the blood, but then the respect should always be the dog. Because just because you got the blood, don't mean you're gonna ever have that type of dog. Because they could never reproduce Tommy Boy. So that's some kind of statements that, as a dog man of the past, we look at things a little bit more serious when it came down to what we respected and how it was going to be respected. Every time I would respect anybody's blood, as far as when it comes to these damn dogs, it had to be proven. And it took more than one dog to prove that you was about that life. Because there were so many other ones that was thought a whole lot different that would put a question mark by that dog if that dog was available to be put to the test. Because that's where the answers from my era, that's where all the answers were made. Was he game? I only tell you what I seen. Y'all do a whole lot about what you heard, but back in the day, you learned a whole lot about based on what you seen. Because what you heard ain't nothing compared to what you see. There's a whole lot more you're going to see for yourself that you're not going to hear in the story. You're going to hear somebody's other version of it. Their version of it. Ain't nothing like seeing it for yourself. Big shout out to my man, Oatman. Oatman, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Oatman in the house. He said, Flip Mode, you just made me think of Busta Rhymes, twin. Well, we from that era. You already know what that, that flip mode is, what it is. Flip. Big shout out to Hot Kennels in the house. He said 30 years ago, seen one die and hold. What he was game was, what was he, game or dead game? Well, if you seen him in hold, one thing I think for sure, to be there, he was game as hell. But to be in hold, he's a dead game dog. That satisfied two things. He was game as hell, but yes, he was dead game. Why? Because he died in hope. That end of that story. That's the way that story is supposed to always be told. It's going to be game as hell because he's there, but dead game because he didn't make it out of there. But one damn thing for sure, he didn't stand in the corner. He didn't quit, and didn't nobody pick him up to save him. Because if you pick one up, you're only picking him up to save him. So it's all right to pick him up and save him because his game is hell. You know you can leave him down there, but you already know what he's gonna do. There's no reason to let him go that far. He just can't win tonight. That's all. And there was a lot of. Okay, hold on. I thought I had it down there already. I'm gonna drop that link again for y'all. I'm gonna pop this link up here right quick for y'all jump on it. For those who want to just jump on and come on in. Let me see where I left off at here. All right, I dropped that link down there, fellas. Mad Doctor. Now, man, you know. Twins, no disrespect. There ain't no disrespect, fam. You know, Detroit is the mecca of grand champions and champions in one city. Boston out of draw, me and my dogs 6 times, 1 draw. Well, again, you knew we grew up in that area. You know, that's just one of the stomping grounds. And for a city, take it when I say this because we were city people back then. We didn't get country until, we was country in North Carolina and we got country here in Florida. Why? Because, we had space. We had big yards where we didn't have to worry about the neighbor, talking shit about the dogs barking all night or, something going on with all them people outside the house. See, all them things you had to worry about in the city. I had much respect for the city dog, man, because the majority of them, they was going to keep more dogs. They was going to keep the best dogs. They weren't going to have a bunch of bullshit because they was limited in space. So the ones who had 5 or 6 dogs, you can best believe they had that life. They had that real shit. It was the mecca for.
We went up in there and we beat Abraham. We didn't beat McMaster.
Yeah, I mean Ohio. We done
colors.
Ohio.
We beat all their asses up there. Ohio,
I gotta remember now, Mad Doctor.
We was all up
remember Ohio? We was all up in there.
Grand champions taking the
Abraham got beat.
We went up there with a 50 curve 9 minutes and beat that 2-time winner going for a championship.
We won a lot in Detroit.
Yeah, we didn't lose a lot at all.
But if you really wanted to see what you had,
that's where you go.
You had to go that way. For up that way, it was that Detroit, area and everything around that area. And then for me, the South, that Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama area. If you really thought you had something, and when they open up their doors, you better be right when you get down there. But New York was another place.
Yeah. DMV,
the DMV.
Yeah.
These were like city places, but so they didn't have, some of them didn't have them big yards, man. So you can best believe, wasn't nothing to walk into an apartment building and all of a sudden you got 50 people in the basement of that joint. And it's down. Or go up on in New York, you up on the roof. So it's been many things that I've seen over this experience, but one of the things that makes it such a beautiful experience is I can look back on it, and a lot of the people that I knew and what we knew, y'all can still talk about them to the day, but it's a little different when you're talking about somebody compared to when you really know them. And what all goes in having to crate your dogs in the basement, and somebody have to take them out and feed them and clean out the box, and That's a hell of a job right there, man. I gotta have much respect and love for my people in the city who was bulldogging back then, man, because it was really one of the moments that you couldn't help but respect. Because those was real dog men at the time. You know what I mean? Those to me, those was the ones that, you know, they made do with the space they had. Man, you know, it was just one of them things, man. You just better be right. Let me see. I'm gonna turn this over to my man Mo, because one of the other things outside of, you know, my thing is, let's make sense of it. Outside of the game and the dead game, that question, and I like I said, I still want to see what the answers look like. But I'm fixing to turn this over to Mo. But I'm gonna let him get into some of these other things like steroids. You know, I hear a lot of guys talk about that, but let's make sense of it. I'm gonna turn this over to you. Big shout out to everybody. Appreciate everybody for showing up and showing out. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already done so. And wait a minute.
Hey man, hold on, cuz. Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Hey yo, I put the link up there, man. Mike don't put the link up there, right? And ain't nobody hit the link. Is that what we're gonna do tonight? That's how you're gonna do this? Because it ain't all about our opinion. What happened in your opinion? Hit the damn link. Get up here. State your case. That's all I want to say. Well,
I guess that's all need to be said then. Hey, what's up, everybody? Coming out. You know, but I was sitting back watching some of these. You know, I think in every pocket of the game back then, you had a fast lane for dog. I mean, it just was no way around it. You know, like we knew all the rollers in the Detroit area. We knew the rollers up there in the Illinois area, Carolina, Florida, Virginia. I mean, there were pockets. The thing was having fun going into those pockets. You know, it's just hard to. I hear guys saying, "Oh, I didn't report," but I've been in so many great pockets and circles that I be wondering then how the hell could we miss you then? You were so great. How the hell is we missing you? I mean, that's what I be wondering. So I hear guys say that. That's why I say what I say. Well, you know, that's some bullshit because he was good in that area. And you're talking about an area that has some great dog meat, then there's nowhere in the world that you shouldn't have been going into one of them. We were sure hell coming up in your area, going into them. How we miss you? You know, who was you trying to whoop? Or who was you? You know, so that is not one that you know that's just my point, my opinion. I don't never let that part slide because I've been in too many places and too many camps in this country to know that if you was really out there like that, there's nowhere in the world you could meet the dog man. I actually met and seen their great dog. How in the world could you miss it? You know, so, hey, reach down. Other thing, you know, all great dogs. We got always had those stories about those dogs back then. You know, there's many game dogs, good game dogs. You can call them decent game dogs. You know, what's the difference between a decent game dog and a deep game dog? You know, those kind of
those kind of specifications. You know, dead game means better than dead. You know, you got the heart of a dead game dog. You got the heart of one. But only way we're gonna solidify that heart, you know, is he got to go out doing what he do. You know, I know for sure I did two dogs that were destined for put down, and instead of letting a vet euthanize them, you know, knowing when you're raising these kind of dogs, man, and you got that respect for them, I let two great dogs go out like warriors. You know, you gotta be in that life and world to really understand. You know, either way, they gonna die. You know. So my thing was I seen two take scratches on the drive. You know, it was already destined for death, but these dogs was wild their whole life. That's all they wanted to do. You know, there wasn't nobody making these dogs do that. That's why when I be hearing that shit, you know, I don't raise dogs, attack dogs and all. You know, and you just know your dog. You know what makes your dog happy. You know what your dog want to do. That's what the dog game was about. We know what these dogs want to do. We ain't gotta make them do nothing. You gotta make them do shit. You know? And for it to be such an ugly sport, they making it like we putting these dogs on innocent dogs and all this shit. These damn dogs is being a whole different world and understand. You got Bow Wow up in your house, and I can guarantee you, while you feeding Bow Wow and he's being such a happy dog, I'm feeding my Bow Wow and I'm feeding a happy dog. But the difference in my dog being happy, I'm giving my dog what he wanted. You know, my dog want to get one. My dog want to get on somebody. They know once they get that feeling, man, you know, pulling up, you can be ready to go somewhere. And as soon as he get in the car, he just seems to know it's on. You know, them kind of dog. Pulling up a dirt road, next thing you know, dog perked up because he know, okay, I've been here before. And stuff just kind of ride, and it's like, you know, I guess when you ain't part of the dog game world, you know, you just see all the thoughts from the outside. Don't really get the inside because, you know, to you, you think we're cruel, you know, mean people. You hear it all the time when you hear people say, I really told you yesterday, like, you know, dog. Well, I can understand why they can get rid of greyhound racing. Get into greyhound racing, you know, racing horses, you know, and then even ran out of racing dogs. What's so cruel about letting a dog do what they want to do? That's what they want to do. That's what they were bred to do. Too many emphasis on, you know, getting in and letting society, you know, get in there and just shake it all up because we got a few people who don't understand. So in today's world, we in particular, I feel like what they're doing with their dogs, they're building, they're, they're literally building off of paper, basically. You know, I'm not speaking to the underworld because the underworld is, you know, it's just not an underworld issue because we're talking about something that should be easy to talk about upstairs. You know, we can't take basement animals that has a history of doing basement shit and then bring them upstairs and and be looking for what, if that's not what they're being used for, then how can you ever believe that their dog upstairs is anything like the dog downstairs? You know, you have to go in there with the attitude that you are looking at your dog to be doing something else, like the Dave's dog. You know, a lot of people like their dogs. They feed dogs on their yard. They really like these dogs. You know, they call them good dogs. I don't call them bad dogs. You know, and we'll get offended if you say, well, why do you feel so? You know, and usually the person that would say that would be a person that you would think, you know, he's in the basement. Because the basement, he's not gonna dwell on that. Yeah, a basement man, he gonna ask, he's the kind of guy gonna ask that type of question. But he probably got something at the house. He gonna roll, and that's probably why he over there anyway. If you roll one, you know, been hearing about you. You know how it be. In today's world, y'all gotta find, you know, I think it just, you need to separate yourselves from the dog fighting world and really, you know, get into confirmation stuff and really have those great dogs that just on a bloodline of doing nothing but doing confirmation. Let me be great doing confirmation. Mic check. Mic check. I ain't talking to the mic. I mean, I should.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
I see you in the background, fam. I'm coming to get you in a second. Okay, who we got here? Mad Doctor.
Yeah.
What up, fam?
Man,
Mad Doctor, what up, fam? Oh, you disappeared, cuz.
Oh, fresh say. Fresh say. Thank God I picked him up. It's hard to find one that will crawl back to you without hesitating. Yeah, it is, man. Mad Doctor back in the house. Let me see if I can get you up, bro. What's up,
oh
baby?
shit, I'm good now. All right. Hey, bro, how y'all doing, bro?
All right, man.
Man, I'm representing Detroit. You know, I already know that 205 Alabama. So, all my four locals and weed. How y'all brothers been doing, bro? On some real shit.
I've been go to the doctor. You know, it's all part of the process. You know.
What's up, chat? This y'all first time ever seeing me. Y'all better be ready for that 5-1. Cause I ain't giving no fucks.
You ain't good enough, huh?
Man, that Daibo shit, and that just necessarily Hank. It was that Daibo shit that was necessary to the game why ZEBO came in. You know, but Cara, to me, Carver was a slick ass nigga, whereas, you know, hey nigga, I got this good shit. Carver might have tested this shit more than more motherfuckers did. But that Daibo, that Hank, anything come off Daibo, then you bring that shit back, you good, bro, with that Hank shit. But Daibo got a lot of lines. So I don't discriminate. You know, in the chat, y'all get right with y'all G shit, especially that red boy shit. And twin, no disrespect. Like I told everybody every time I speak on my chat, on y'all anybody chat, I beat 3 red boy sons. Blind boy, and I beat Junior. Then we went in the box with fucking goddamn stripes with our rigid bounty hunter handling, bro. So y'all be talking that shit, bro. Y'all be mad, arguing and all that shit. Don't bring that shit to the G, baby. We don't argue here. We put dogs down and everything down. They're gonna be down, bro. So how the chat doing? How everybody doing, twin?
So we won. We was up there. We got.
I'm not gonna take over the damn show. I ain't gonna take over the show. Shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna take over the show. I gotta need people to speak. They show. Bro, I seen y'all in Detroit. Nigga, so go ahead, bro. I know y'all. I seen y'all.
It was all great dog men up in Detroit. You know, I think everybody had a grand champion that deserved one. They was putting them down. And it was opening the door to anybody in the world to come and get it.
But Detroit is Mecca.
Yeah,
see what the chat.
But
twin.
I can say that about New York. I can say that about New York.
New York ain't got nothing on the D, twin. Name 7 grand champions out there. Name 7 grand champions out New York.
I can't. But I can't.
You can name 7 grand champions out the D, baby.
I sure can't. You got still talking about.
Promote Mo Locos.
Okay, that's why. the local, there's great dogs everywhere. You find them. It wasn't all the grand champions out there did not come out of Detroit. Not all the great grand champions came out of Detroit. Grand champion Satan didn't come out of Detroit. Grand champion Stein, W didn't come out of Detroit. Been in Detroit, none of them came out. There's a lot of dogs out there that's grand champion.
But you know what? Hey, but I'm gonna tell you, but twin. Mo, no disrespect. No disrespect, Mo.
I'm naming names when you say that because
name them.
All the circles. And to me, all the circles do get the utmost respect because I've been in. I can say I've been in Detroit. You know I've been in Detroit, so I know what Detroit is.
I know you. I seen you. I seen y'all in action.
It's like I know what Georgia's like. I know what Tennessee's like. I know what Florida's like. I know what North Carolina's like. They all got bulldogs.
And bro, when you come to the D, baby, you better have what you got to have.
Well, most of the time.
No. Mostly it was a money game. It was a money game. You have a bulldog, but you got to have that motherfucker stack behind it.
You know, I didn't see us lose in Detroit. I didn't see us win in Detroit.
Man, real basement shit, bro.
We go there. We go there for what? The competition. But that's like that. It is. We do. I mean, y'all wouldn't even have a great matches if y'all wasn't good. You know what I'm saying?
Man, bro.
Look at Windy City. Windy City got jammed up tonight.
No. We gonna go to Indiana, but I ain't gonna call no name. We gonna go to Indiana. Live. Now we go to Indiana. All that shit was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago. That shit was tough. And Ohio was no disrespect to Ohio, because next to it, Ohio was extra fucking tough. They run that Trent Red Boy, but they run that goddamn Kingfish, that goddamn ZEBO, they run that Art, they run the goddamn motherfucking goddamn. They ain't bring that Hank until the new sets had.
Yeah, Kenny Gang still have Mile.
Man, the Ohio was tough.
a mile. All you got
But
is
then,
right dancing and going.
But take this to heart. Back then in Ohio, y'all say y'all. I understand y'all journey, but you know what? When y'all hit Ohio, it was number that Art, that Kingfish, and that ZEBO, and they ran that shit, bro. Adam and Crunchfields. Goddamn Ozzy ran some stupid ass Daibo dog.
Yeah, I can't say you forgot about Oz.
Ozzy is the man.
There's a lot of great dogs in Ohio. A lot of
That's
great
right.
dogs.
Like indeed, like no disrespect. Like I'm telling y'all, like in Detroit, a lot of good dogs here, but people didn't know twin. Y'all, I don't give a fuck. Y'all get on Facebook and say what? I'm drinking my four loco. I'm talking to my legendary ass people. I've
Okay,
been down with them from day one.
that for local. I'm glad you're up here kicking. But yeah,
Y'all can watch the bike, y'all.
I like
Y'all can
putting it
watch your
out
mind.
there. I'm outside of just that area. I can definitely speak on, what you're saying is a lot to stand on, but I just seen it all over the country. It was good dog man everywhere we went. That was the whole thing about what made it so great. The competition.
So on some real shit. Y'all think the gang came from the South, Texas and Georgia and South Carolina? It wasn't no shit in the Midwest.
They was
It wasn't no
that
shit in the Midwest.
that
Bruno,
they was being. That's where they was coming from. That's where they were coming from. All was being
the
bred out
gas.
of the South. We got them to our
So,
hands when we start making our own breed.
bruh, twin them. The Rock went there. Kobe was up north. Kobe was up north with them Kobe dogs.
But
Bruno,
Detroit and the Red Boy dog, Norman was probably one of the first guys that had a Red Boy dog coming from Katie Martin. And I can
Bruno,
tell you,
what you
Red
doing?
Boy dog at
Bye
the
bye.
time when they came through, I'm talking about Yellow John dog. They get that Detroit, all that boy
What you
shit.
doing?
They
What's
was
up,
giving
boy?
all that shit.
What's up? You stuck.
You know,
Man, I'm back into the goddamn yard. Got unloosening Bruno.
one.
I don't know what he's doing. But them red boy dogs, that caused hell in Detroit, bro.
It,
Everybody went. No, it was Yellow John first, bro. For real, for real, for real.
like that, right.
It was Yellow John first. But when that goddamn Mayday shit hit, man, bro, I only stuck with Deuce said shit and the Reggie Bounty Hunter shit all my life. Damn, what you doing? You lose? You lose? Man, it's nighttime. I was gotta show my little fake ass red boy dog, but he good. But he all right. But other than that, man, when that damn red boy hit in Detroit, bro, they was Yellow John first.
Yeah.
And then they went to that. Now, when that Victor A. Cotton, then everybody knows the story. See, real shit be happening here, bro. And oh, what you talking about? What? Oh, what you talking about? Oh, that what you want? Okay, then shut the fuck up. You're all right. Oh, what? Man, I ain't worried about it. He ain't know about 13 months. I'll wait on him about 2 years. He'll be doing what I want him to do. But man, on some real shit, when that red boy shit here, it was Yellow John. Straight Yellow John. And then after Yellow John, that Mayday craze came through. It wasn't even yellow dogs. It wasn't no yellow, no yellow. It was just Yellow John dogs here. It wasn't no yellow. Cause David Tent, from my understanding, the people that brought me in, they said, man, David Tent won't let you on his yard. He said, I ain't gonna buy no dog for him. It went a different way. But you gotta know who Victor is. See, the shit I speak twins now, y'all know it's real. Man, this shit was a boy deep down inside. You got to know, motherfucker. You got to have money to know, motherfucker. Now I can speak about Whiteman Nasty came from South. and roll with the West Side Hoorah. We're trying to bust the East ass. In Detroit, with East versus West. The sun rise on the east, but it sets in the west. But nobody's no shit like that. But we just had bulldog, different bulldog. East side was red boy dogs. West side, motherfucking Eli dog. Eli. Eli on the west side.
So what was Ram? What was Suburbanite Paul? Who was
Suburbanite Paul, I never met him, I never seen him, but I knew the dog like through history, like reading. Suburbanite Paul, the only people I read. No, bro, on some real shit. Who is talking like a robot? That ain't none of me. Suburbanite Paul, Grand Chamber Sable, Southfield. Motherfucker, I know this shit. But that shit wasn't important to us. True Colors ran the west side. True Colors. We going to the east. And then anybody in Detroit know this. I don't give a fuck who y'all is. What y'all? Oh, the Abraham. Oh, the Abraham Bull. I know about all that shit. But I just stuck with that Doucette shit. Oh, my bad. I'm cursing too much. My bad. But I just stuck to be professional, Christopher. No, I just stuck to Doucette stuff. Them boys had a lot of different dogs. Man, I seen Klaus dogs, Mayfield dogs. I seen I had a Mayfield dog. Bred to some bandit stuff. Her name was Charlie Baltimore. I mentioned her in the comments. But I got hit in 1999. Now my dog got took self balls. He was not people aggressive. And and when balls Nicole, Cookie, balls and Cookie, balls and Nicole breed. So there's that 5-1, put in that back in that 5-1. Now I got Cookie. She produced Iron Man, two balls. A daughter, what you call them? One lost loser to Tony. Oh well, that's a stupid story. Nigga conditioning my rest in peace, Tony. Conditioning my damn dog. I'm going to people. Got my money right, but my KPs get mad. Let me show you how Kennel Park go. Hey, this shit live, bro. I ain't got time to be wasting my damn, bro. Y'all all right?
Oh, yeah. One off and running.
All right. So had Iron Man. I went to Turner Rogers, and man, True Colors. He gonna be called. I ain't call myself Mad Den up under no dog. We're gonna be called Country Boy Kennels. And so, and then man, kid, this my dog said, "What's that shit? You got your money?" Yeah, he got my money. Man, I went and took my money and my dog back. Only for the nigga come back to me to lose, bro. And not that he want to come back to me, but a challenge was a challenge. And then I ain't had a dog then. His back end blew out on a treadmill. Now your dog back end blew out on a treadmill. Then how the fuck he can't goddamn push the power you have? But these niggas, they ignorant. KP, they ignorant. We gonna do it anyway. Iron Man Law. They hung my puppy, man. They hung my puppy because they ain't know who the fuck they want him. And then let me show you this how bad a motherfucking handle, bro. You don't know how to handle a dog, you a dumb motherfucker. They let the damn dog go when the dog stopped in the middle of the rain to start to fight back up so he can get damn his ass lost. You hold your goddamn dog. Man, boss, you straight the corner, goddamn 1, 2, 3. He was there in your face. Cause I usually like jamming. Y'all know what jamming is? I would jam your ass. You talking about it's on you, nigga. Before you let your dog go, my dog already gone. Jamming your ass. I know where you want to get to. You better learn some young people. Now I ain't talking this shit to be ignorant. I ain't mean to be on y'all show, twin, like this. I represent Detroit. I seen my first dogs in Alabama. I got my first dog. My first dog came from Alabama. And from Detroit to Alabama, motherfuckers. Oh, my bad. But what people don't realize is, man, you got a core. You gotta be who you is. You know who you is. You let people get up under your goddamn skin. Okay. Who breed what?
Hey,
No, some real shit, nigga. Like who breed what?
MD,
I'm breeding my own shit, nigga.
hey, MD. I know you reading the chat. I know you reading
I
the
ain't
chat.
reading no goddamn. I don't
Well,
read no
you
shit.
should be, because then you should be. Listen to me. Steal my show. Listen, I'm trying to tell you something. Read the chat. They're telling me you're rambling. You got people in here talking about this shit is crazy. Yeah, there you go. I'm trying to keep it real with you, know. All right, y'all. Hey, man, big shout out to the Mad Doctor, man. But hey, I see what's up. I see what's up. You know, it's still the show. You gotta keep it right. I ain't feeling that. You ain't even gotta feel it. We take it, move on. Can you hear me? Hey, I need a thumbs up because Mike checking the mic saying y'all can't hear me. Hey, y'all, can y'all hear me now? Is that better? Hey, give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me now. I need to know if y'all can hear me so I can keep it moving. Okay, we got thumbs up. Okay. Hey, what I was really trying to get into was I wanted to get into the dogs yesterday. I was already on that topic. But the topic what I was trying to bring y'all to was like, you know, the way everybody breeding, it's like, you know, y'all still breeding on the game dog aspect, you know, and the conflict is basically the downstairs saying that the upstairs is ruining the game because y'all mixing good shit with bullshit, you know? Huh? He told me off when you do that. Okay. See, now I'm on. I'm trying to catch him. Let me get back where I was. Let's go back to the mic. Okay, y'all. Okay, now what I was saying was, you know, and the cell of the dogs is being mixed in with the dogs of the basement, and they feeling like, you know, where they trying to keep their lines tight and right. You know what I mean? And the upstairs is turning into a, you know, really what they call a puppy stable. You know, so my thing is, I think what y'all doing is all in the right aspect because you got to build from something. Y'all trying to carry something that's back there up here, you know, maybe not under the same classification, and that's what I'm on. We're taking dogs out of a classification and we're bringing them to something totally new. Just because your dog is bred like a Mayday dog
you know, especially a winning Mayday dog, doesn't mean that he is that winning Mayday dog, nor does it mean that he can produce like that Mayday winning dog. And if he can produce like that Mayday winning dog, what kind of production are we talking about when we say that? You know, that's where the problem comes in, because we can't be talking about the same thing. There's just no way. So that's why I get thrown off track, because it don't sound right. It would sound so much better if I was talking about a treadmill dog, this breaking numbers out there, and he a Mayday dog. Okay? Now I could be really bragging on him, because if I was doing treadmill running, I would be trying to get some of that Mayday stuff, particularly off of him. You see what I'm saying? Now we're taking an old category, and now we got him in a new category, a whole new standard, a whole new expectation. It don't cost him to go get teeth put on him for him to be a great dog. All it takes for him to do is get on that treadmill and run the hell out of that dog. Run, you know what I mean, in all competition, being competitive, going everywhere winning. You know, now if I'm doing treadmill, I'm going to be having me that blood. If I'm doing treadmill, I'm going to have that blood. I'm going to have the best blood out there. I'm going to be making the best breeders out there for that purpose, treadmilling. Same with a wall climber. I got a dog that's running the wall. He breaking records. You know what I'm saying? And he came off some old Eli stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go back there in the game of where he come from and go get me some Eli stuff. I'm going to go right to him, because whatever got him running up there breaking them records, I got to go make sure it is in him. I'm going to go to the source. I'm talking about the one who's doing it. I'm going to take a chance. And why am I taking a chance with him? Because that's the category I'm in. I'm in that category. I compete with my dog running up a wall. So I want to have the best. I need to make sure I'm breeding to the best of the dogs that's out there that's good in that category. Ain't got a damn thing to do with his gameness. Ain't got a damn thing to do with his past. Especially when it comes to performance. Any traits that that dog is running up that wall, if it came from a dog fighting line of dogs, then great. Because over here, he's running up the wall. And it really don't matter as long as he's winning, running up that wall. Now, we can put the attributes because of his dog fighting background. You know, that these dogs are naturally talented. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole lot better when I'm still talking about this dog and why he is breaking these records running up that wall. I can literally say because of his background, dog fighting attributes.
I want to give a big shout out to Blood Thirst. Number one, aka Heavy 360, coming in with a 5-piece showing that love. Appreciate the love, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Bruce Banner, Mr. Ethan Brown. I see you, fam. Trevor, what up, fam? Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button.
But y'all know what I'm saying? I mean, and it goes all the way down to the competition. This dog can have a macho buck body, the Chinaman body, and come from a great line of dogs. But why are we talking about this dog and his great line of dogs that he had in his history? Because this dog is going into these confirmation shows standing there looking so pretty. He already looked like a nutcase. He probably win one in the box. He looked so damn good. He out there acting like you could let him go in the box, but he ain't there for all that. He is just there to look like that so he can win a ribbon, a trophy, best in show, all that. Now, if I'm doing competing and confirmation, I'm going to go get me one of them. And if it contributes to his background of being a fighting dog background, then that means everything that I can relate to when I go to pulling pedigrees, but I'm talking about his confirmation attributes. You know, that came from his background of fighting dogs. You see what I'm saying? But my purpose of when I'm watching guys want to come and buy my dogs ain't gonna be because of their background of fighting dogs. It's gonna be because of this dog standing there winning these confirmation contests. These people that's looking for something, the only thing that I got on the yard is that competition dog, you know what I'm saying, and confirmation. Then that's the kind of traffic I'm gonna bring. I'm almost positive that I'm not gonna bring no basement dude looking for a bulldog out of me. I'm almost positive I'm not gonna look for no treadmill dude buying a dog from me. You know what I mean? Or a weight pulling dude. He might come and buy a dog from me, especially if they muscled up and strong as hell. Maybe they could do something with it. I can see them kind of guys sneaking over there, dipping up in there. I can see us dipping up into their world, grabbing some of their stuff, turning into confirmation. It ain't got a damn thing to do with the damn dog's game. Not when it comes to the dog fighting world. This dog can have a drive to be put in the box and become a grand champion if that's what he was doing. But the only way we would know that, he had to get his ass over there and prove it. But as long as he's proving it over here, we can live with that. Because that's where you're going to get your recognition at, where you at. You know, you can have a story that relates to your line of dogs coming from a long line of great fighting dogs. Ain't nothing wrong with that story. Ain't nothing wrong with saying that about your blood. But the only reason we listening is because of what he was doing in the competition field that had nothing to do with dog fighting. You know, point is, y'all ain't there yet.
Good point, Mo. Good point. That's the reality of it. I mean, let's make it make sense. Two different worlds. We can never combine the two, and it will never be like it was. I gotta admit, I gotta be happy for it because again, it's not worth the time. And for them true hard ones that to take that risk, you know, that's part of life. That's always been a part of the game, and I think it's gonna always be there. It won't be as popular, but it won't always be there.
Hey, y'all, can y'all hear Mike? I want to make sure y'all hear Mike. I need a thumbs up to make sure y'all hear Mike.
Y'all can hear me, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can hear me. I can see it might be.
Mm-hmm. I ain't seen the thumbs up yet. It's doing all right in and out of my mic. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I know y'all can still hear me though, right? Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Hey, and now y'all understand where I'm coming from on that? You know, even with all the great breeding going on, you know, I see them all the time. I still even be asking myself, you know, these are some nice breedings, but guys, don't get mad when you hear me say this, you know, because I'm old school. You know, whatever your purpose is, if it's not from my world, it's just a good bred dog. I would never understand you trying to explain to me how good this dog is. You know what I'm saying? Unless you put him down. You know, and if he was that good, you'd be bringing him out. And now we're back into my world talking about it. You see what I'm saying? You know, that's just how it was back then. Not speaking of the now. I'm speaking of the then. Our mindset when we go out looking for dogs or look at dogs that we want to breed to and the decision making that we make when it came to us breeding our dogs. You know, and the importance of those breeding, understanding we're going to have some puppies. But man, I ain't feeding no damn puppies, man, based on that dog being bred good. That's why I bred to a lot of champions. You know, I'm going to where I need to have some of them. I need to have some of them. I don't care if I don't get but one, give me some work to do. You know? And that's how we fed our yard. That's how we were able to make the breedings that we were able to make. Okay? And learning that from guys that was actually doing that. It just wasn't in one area. It's like the formula. There was always like a particular thing that everybody did. All the great ones that I can tell you that I know all had one little particular thing in common regardless of how they got there and the way they got there. They all had that meeting point. And that meeting point was always made them 90%ers. Them dudes you could go out there and go into anybody, go anywhere, and you would see them look good and didn't mind going. Them kennels that I talk about, man, they put work in. Them guys out there winning them championships and them 4 times, 6 times, 7 times winners, man, you best believe they are carrying an entourage. That's the real game. That entourage is gamblers. They're going to find that dog and they're going to jump on that bandwagon and they're going to follow that dog all over the country. That's how it was back then. That's how those great matches happened. It was always that search for the best. Nobody scared of nobody's dog back then. Nobody. You had a right to be scared of Pandy, and she was probably the only fearful dog out there to be scared of. Everybody else, they was going out there. They went after Tornado. They went after Queen. How do you think they won 10 and 8? Nobody scared of their ass. They wouldn't have got matches that they was. Pandy couldn't make grand champion. That's what you call being scared of one. Shit. Shady Lady, would she still be the great Shady Lady who was stopping dogs very quick and she had ran into Queen? Competition tells us we don't know, but we know why we don't know. For us to do the shit, we know the shit. We be like, he took a peek with Luke. Pretty sure he don't want to go get Lady now. Okay? Because you're supposed to really go get your best anyway, right? But if you went home and got your second best thinking that you was going to beat Queen, just to make sure, was you really looking to beat Queen or were you looking to see how your dog will look against Queen? Now, how much respect did you give Lou that you bought Lou instead of Shady Lady? You rather take the chance to lose with Lou than you would have been with Shady Lady. Thinking of the concept and the mindset of a dog, man, based on that time and what was happening on that particular situation. You know, that's what made the game. The competitiveness of just, you know, they got camps. There's politicking, but it's all about the matching of the dogs. Those are the kind of kennels that I ran with.
Makes sense of, right?
You know, make sense of that. It ain't got nothing to do with anything that y'all trying to do in today's world. Just not even the same concept and way of thinking. You know? But if you're going to work with something, and that's what you got to work with, until we start seeing these other categories doing what y'all are taking the blood of great dogs and doing out here y'all breeding, then there's no way in the world you're going to tell me that y'all preserving the game. Because your mindset is not that of the game to know what you're trying to preserve. Now tell me how that don't make sense. Second thing, let's talk about these competitions. What's going to happen when y'all start going out here competing on treadmills, weights, confirmation, the wall? How y'all going to stop the use of steroids? You know what I'm saying? Tell me, how are you going to stop and use the game that you in and got to go against a dog on steroids? And you really don't think it's going to be a difference? Tell me, do y'all really think in your competition world of any category you in, that those steroids are not going to be making a difference? Knowing what steroids do and why steroids are banned in every other sport. If it did not matter, then why would it be banned? Why would they call it a enhance? You're enhancing your abilities. How are you going to keep that out of y'all world or whatever y'all trying to make up and do? I hear y'all when it came down to our world. You know, and I still laugh at you about that because y'all talk in the sense of like steroids is supposed to be the all win. You know, you own it, you win it, you know, and like they can't get beat. It could be a sorry dog on roids and still lose. It could be a great dog on roids and you would never lose. You know what I'm saying? You want to give it to the roids or you going to give it to the dog? I'm going to give it always to the dog first. The roids are just an edge. If I got a good dog and I'm going to get an edge out of putting roids on, I'm going to use them. Now, you got me out here doing a confirmation show. What's going to stop me from putting roids on a dog and going to a confirmation show? No, I'm going to be more defined and everything else. If I'm on roids, I'm going to make damn sure I see what it looks like to be enhanced. And I'm going to peak it to the point where it looks enhanced. Same thing with the wall. Look at kind of records that could be broke, man. If you got bulldog running up a wall on roids. Imagine that. Or get one on the treadmill and see his dead gameness because he done ran so damn fast for so long on the treadmill at such a pace that he dropped dead. But he was on roids. Or a dog that can sit there and push and pull down to 10 times the average of a great dog that has done it in time. I'm starting talking about breaking old records. And probably will have dogs on roids when they was doing them. But just think, man, y'all was going to be bringing stuff from the past all the way up to the now. And in a certain type of way, they still going to be doing some illegal shit if they're going to use steroids on their dogs. It's not illegal in the game, but it's illegal in the actual possession. And what you're using it on, it's still illegal. So when you ain't trying to be in the basement, you still doing basement shit if you want to compete and want to win. You're hungry for taking your line of dogs and in whatever category you in, and you doing the same thing as a dog man back in the day. You want to win. I wouldn't give a damn if it takes me to put my dog on steroids and put him under some enhancement. I ain't breaking no rules. Might be breaking the law, but I ain't breaking no rules. Now, y'all tell me about that if it makes sense of that. Anybody even thought about that? You know what I mean? And whatever they're trying to do. Let me see. What the God say? Yeah, but you know, it's still competition, Trevor. That's the thing. It's still competition. And the very same thing that you're talking about what they won't produce and all that good stuff, you are so correct on that. You are so correct on that because, you know, even I can attest to that, you know, but I still got dogs out of mine. You know, Mayday was still able to get dogs out. Bozak, Redman, these dogs, all these dogs was on roids. So, and they were still able to become registered Americans. So, hey, that's a risk to take, you know, when we do that. We understand that risk. So I would expect those who know that they're going to be doing that understand the risk as well. As I knew the risk. Point is, if I want to win, then I'm going to try to take every advantage that I can to win. You know, and I just don't see that stopping in y'all game, in y'all world, and what y'all going to be doing. And, you know, y'all going to always be guys out there to frown on it. You know what I'm saying? But the funny thing about it is, y'all really going to be pissed because they're going to be the ones winning. There's no way in the world you're going to tell me they're not going to be winning. I seen it in the dog game. Everybody hollered, I be the person on the roids, but most of all the great dogs that we talk about, y'all have been on roids. Most every one of them. And anybody to sit out there and act like they want, they lying to you. And that's keeping it real. Now let's make some sense of some of this stuff. I need y'all opinion on what y'all think. That was a good one, Trevor. But because, you know, still may win even if they are cheating. But see, that's the problem, Trevor. It's not cheating. It's not cheating because there's not a governing body who is banning the use of steroids in none of these categories. That's the thing about it. It's not a rule there. And if it is a rule, then it must be enforced by the registering body that's doing the show. You know, who's gonna be up there and wanting to test somebody's dog? Everybody's dog will have to be tested. You know what I mean? I mean, come on. Who's gonna do that? You know, it's not gonna be a governing body that's gonna be willing to do that. They're not gonna care. You know? There's going to be guys complaining when they see these dogs walking into any competition. They're going to look at these dogs and know they on steroids. What they going to do? I believe that dog on steroids. And if he performed like he is on steroids and you've been saying it the whole competition, he's going to still end up winning on steroids if he was that good. You cannot argue the fact because what if he ain't? It ain't nobody's business anyway. Because it ain't a regulatory thing that somebody has the nerve to come and ask me. I don't have to tell them yes or no. I can just say, what do you think? What can you do about it though? What if I win? What if I'm a known winner? You know, that's what it's going to look like, guys, because there's just no way it's not. And everybody's going to be doing it to be competing. And you watch what I tell you. It's going to be the same way it was in our world, in y'all world. It's going to be a controversy. And there's going to be guys out there that's not afraid to say they use it. There's going to be guys out there that's not going to tell you that they use it. And there's going to be guys out there that's going to lie and say they don't, and they do.
What?
You know what I'm saying? So, what do y'all think? Let me see. Mr. Brown, no, steroids It doesn't burn out your dog. Here's the thing that I have to say to anybody that want to use steroids on your dog. Before you learn how to use steroids on your dog, make sure you learn how to take care of your dogs coming off of steroids, because that's just as important. If you don't know that or understand that, don't put your dog on steroids, because once you start using it and you start seeing what it's doing, you know what I'm saying, you're going to continue doing so. And not knowing that, you know, that you really might be winning, but you're really going to be having a problem later. And you're going to wish that you knew how to treat your dog coming off of steroids, so you wouldn't have the problems that you will have. Trust me, I know. You know, I couldn't take none of my dogs right out of competition and get anything out of them. Why I didn't have a lot of dogs that had puppies. I get one litter. That one litter made me great. Just imagine if I wouldn't have had all them steroids in there and was making a couple litters out of these dogs. Limited because of what the use of steroids will do to them. So you're right. See, some people just have superior animals. Well, I mean, let's not take nothing away from what you call a superior animal, because you know what? When I looked at my dog and I came to the decision that these are the dogs I'm going to match, he was a superior dog that day. Roy didn't make him a superior dog. That decision on what kind of bulldog he was made without Roy. Now, I'm taking what I believe is a superior dog, and I'm going with the edge. Again, it's all about competing. See, y'all got to catch on to that part right there. I hear your argument, but your argument is not my mindset. I don't care about your mindset if you don't understand mine, because evidently you wouldn't have nothing to say about mine if I wasn't winning. Make sense of that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so it's a good thing to you know, listen to somebody that really knows, you know, the truth, and willing to give y'all the mindset of coming straight from me and my feelings pertaining to the use of them, because I wonder in the now what happens when this thing really starts jumping up off the ground with you guys, because sooner or later y'all gonna have to be doing something with them to do. I mean, what are y'all preserving if you're not doing nothing but breeding up a bunch of papers? There's nobody out there that's gonna have a good bred dog that ain't gonna believe they got a grand champion, but never in once do they ever want to find out. They will grab that paperwork and sit there and tell you how good that dog is. And the way that dog is such a great dog to his pedigree, you know what I mean? And listen to all the hype, because that's your selling point, taking it from a person who's clearly understanding exactly what's going on here. And this is the fact of the matter, not the truth, because your truth might not be my truth. You know, fact of the matter is, there's no way in the world you telling me that your dog is that great and he has not done nothing compared to what he was done in his pedigree. So how are you going to get me to understand what you're saying to me when you say that? Make sense of that. See, it's not a disconnect between the two places. It's a disconnect to the person in the delivery, understanding how you going to knock me for fulfilling that way. You know what I mean? If you don't understand what I'm saying, it's not a personal shot at you. It's a fact. And if everybody's doing that and everybody's continuing to do that based on these papers because nobody's running up no trees with these papers. Nobody's doing anything but talking about these dogs, which is still okay to me, but it's not a turn on to me at all.
Big shout out to my man Eric Watson. He says, of course, twin, they tried, use them in any form of competition that's physical from humans to animals. They would use them as cars if they could. They would use it in cars if they could.
Oh yeah, they you know, they even check cars for that little sneak nitro pack they carry in them.
They do horses.
They do horses the same way. Remember, they test the horses after they run. You know, you ain't gonna come in here acting like secretary and we don't test your ass now. Where you can't run that stretch, boy, we gonna make damn sure you ain't got something in your ass. Remember that one horse, the one horse that got, you know, got the what was the trainer? He got suspended. One of the well-known guys that had he had a triple crown. He always got a good horse in there. Look, he got suspended for having roids in his horse. Knowing they banned, yet he's still trying to pull that sneaky off because that's how that competition is. Now imagine a sport that has no rules or regulations. All they have is you whiners. And that's what you're doing. You're whining. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, so anything other than not even it being an issue or even a matter, because it should not matter. If you that confident about what you're doing without them, why would it matter? You know what I'm saying?
Man, Eric, my man Eric Brown said, yeah, his name was Bob Bradford. Yeah, that was him, Bob Bradford, in the horses.
Okay, Bob Bradford. Thank you, man. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, look at him. He should know better, right? But even in the world of competition, you know, come on now, y'all make sense of that. Now, right? Now I didn't hit y'all with two major issues between the roids and the breeding of today's dog in today's world. Old school dog, man. Old school, always talking about us.
Don't forget about the dead game.
Oh yeah, I might as well say three because we talked about the dead game and the games tonight. You know, those are things coming back from my world that I bring to the front, you know, and with good intentions and trying to understand why it's such an argument, you know, and why it felt like it's such a competitional thing when it comes to what y'all want to do with y'all dogs of the day compared to what we did with our dogs of yesterday. But you still riding on what our dogs did yesterday to promote your dogs and what you're trying to do or whatever the hell it is today. You know, I just need more shows about making sense of things. And I'm making an appeal to the argument of, you know, my concern to hear y'all and y'all opinions on how y'all can make sense of what I'm saying. You know? Hey, Johnny Rockets, ain't that the truth though?
Big shout out to my man Trevor. He said, who you think on juice in the UFC? Are they all on it? Or is some winning natural because they are just better and have longer careers? Well, no, the UFC is like the boxing. It falls under the Boxing Federation, and they test. You're being piss test, being everything. So it's hard. Well, I think John Jones actually ended up losing his belt, and I can't remember his name. But wound up getting his belt due to they didn't give John Jones loss because he won, but he did lose his belt because he had dirty urine. So no, they do test over there. Now let's talk about the WWF. You know, are they testing now? And if so, when did they start testing? Because you look back at a whole lot of older WWF people, you know, look what steroids did to them. You know, I knew Randy Savage, you know, right here, St. Pete area. I used to take care of his condo. And he told me about steroids had, you know, that roaring rage, and you know how he sounded, but in real life he talked like a normal person, but he had a lot of sense in, you know, what made his career and how he had to maintain his career. And Royce had a lot to do with that. Because, you know, Randy Savage looked big, but he wasn't that big of a man. I mean, as far as height wise, but look at his body. He showed no secrets to that, you know. So pumping iron, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Guys got to go look at what Royce was doing for me. That was they like. You know, there's reasons why Royce was banned. And that's where you guys, you know, you got to look at it for what it is. There is a reason why. It's a performance enhancing drug. And in order to be banned with it, you had to use it for performance enhancing, which gave you the edge over a person who wasn't. That's fact. Regardless of how much better you think you were naturally, the odds were going to be against you.
Don Rocket said, look, nobody ever even talked about Roy's around the box.
You're right, John. Because at what point?
I'm going to tell you when they used to talk about him, though, like 19 minutes in.
We used to know if he was using them right, though.
Yeah.
You could tell who was using them and who was using them right.
Yeah.
Because you could tell if you didn't know how to use them, there was just some certain signs that you just know. Oh, then right beforehand, when we used to see him giving that one shot, right beforehand.
Like, look at him giving the dog a shot. He's going to be 19 minutes. He's going to be broke down. He's going to be shivering and shaking in there.
I mean, this little things you just seen. An experienced dog person who used them, they would know it. They would see it. They would know it if you knew how to use it. You know, a lot of the guys used to say, you know, we didn't go around telling people we used roids, but they knew we used roids because they knew we knew how to use roids. Because why is he pushing that dog like that? Man, slow down. There was a reason why. They were conditioned to be able to go through that kind of shit. Roids helped in that situation. The same way roids helped the human being, the same way it was helping the dog. And used properly, it wouldn't have any effect on anything, but except for what it was supposed to have effect on. Me getting him there.
See, I was on roids. I was on roids at one time. I was a big, thick ass dude, man. Shoot, roids had me. I was benching 315, weighing 150 pounds, working that shit on roids.
Tell them you was in the 300 club, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was in the 300 club weighing 150, muscled up. Cause I was doing the dog shit right with the damn dogs. I was getting worked up, worked out, and everything else, man. You know, I get in that competition mode with my animals too. You know, so hey, I enjoyed it, but it, you know, it has its effects. You know, when everything you're trying to do is for, you know, really it's not for the embetterment, because I don't need to be embettered to do it. I just felt good doing it because it made me work hard, work out, and I like what I was getting. I like what I looked like. You know? But yeah, I know exactly what to do. And boy, you should see them when they don't work. My thing was, don't make my mistake. my mistake was, oh, I knew how to use roids. But one thing I didn't know how to do, I didn't know how to bring my dog off of roids. You know, when you on them and you coming off of them, you have to take time out with your dog. I mean, you got to sit your dog up for a minute and bring him out, to have a lot quicker where he could get to his next cycle. When you matching a dog like we was matching and we trying to get a weight any way we can, we just catching what we can, especially if we got 2 or 3 dogs up for match. We trying to get somebody on. So if we came off of one 8 weeks later, we looking to hook up again. You know what I'm saying? And then in those 8 weeks, you should be having your dog going through that cycle. Some of them, man, we be hooked up a month after we get done doing the dog. We ready to get right back to work. We came out of there so quick. We're going to go right back in. But that's what causes guys that don't want to learn how to take their dog off of roids, because one damn thing for damn sure, while everybody was showing me they way of using the roids, guess what? Wasn't too many of them telling me nothing about what they was doing and getting them dogs down off of it if they was doing anything. Y'all know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, it definitely it's big everywhere. Eric Walton, he said it's so big until they take blood tests for it. Well, look, they do that everywhere. Trevor said, effects if you don't know how to cycle down. Me too, Mo. You know what I'm saying? He right. Yeah. He right too. I didn't know how to cycle down. See, I learned how, with a friend of mine. He had me tell me about the Anavar and all that good stuff and how you replace and fix up. But it takes time. Now I see myself doing it for me. You know what I mean? And really does make you work harder when you do come off of it, knowing you got to come down off of it. You know what I mean? But you don't really take advantage of it, and until you on it. When you on it, this is when you breaking records. You're gonna have to come off your cycle, and it really do make you work out in the gym when you're not on them to maintain the look that you're already carrying, even though it will come. You don't know the roids is not on you. You already know, you know what I mean? And most guys, that's why they get so hooked into the roids, because that constant use, because they don't want to lose what they got. And when you ain't on them roids, there's no way you can keep what you seeing when you ain't on them roids. Shit only looks good as long as you continue to use. My man said, HCG, keep your nuts producing while you are on so your nuts don't shrink up. That's the key. Well, you know what? Whatever that HCG is, that would be a good insight that you can get me some more information on, and we could talk about it. Because, for young guys these days who like getting buffed up in the gym and stuff, that would probably help them as well as it help a lot of guys who may want to use roids on their competition dogs, necessarily whatever category they choose to be in, or just to be walking around with a nice big built dog and not hurt the dog in his production nets.
Your roids didn't stop you from having kids.
Yeah, boy, that's for damn sure. Because roids did not stop me from having kids. That's for real. I got a lot of kids, so it didn't affect my nuts. Okay, so but you're right though. We definitely need to learn. What's the new way if you was doing it? What way would you do it, Trevor? I like the HCG. I need to know more about it though. It'd be interesting to get more information and bring it to the show. Hey, I say this, man. Tuesday, y'all get your paperwork together, man. We're gonna have bring your dog Tuesday. We're gonna look at look at pedigrees. Now, y'all know how we is over here with the pedigrees and shit. You know, we do know how to read. You know, we ain't there to talk about nobody's dog. Matter of fact, we ain't gonna be talking about if the dog is good or anything. We just gonna be observing pedigree. Remember, we are in the now, and we don't discuss no now issues because I ain't gonna make a good witness. I ain't gonna make a good witness about nothing I talk about. Because I wasn't there. If I'm saying it, it better be fictional because I don't know no truth behind it because I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? We can talk about it only because, you know, it's hearsay. So that's how we live, and we talk based on our disclaimer. So guys, when we go up here and we put up our pedigrees and stuff like that, always understand everything is still under the fictional aspect. So feel free to talk shit about your dog. You know, matter of fact, I would always say I do. I want to hear somebody else talk shit about my dog, you know, than me, because if they snatch him in and they ask him, so what do you know about the shit? You know, they're not gonna make a good witness. They're gonna be nothing but hearsay unless they standing there. What can they say? You know, they be gonna tell you the same story he got on the show and see it. Looks like me. I can talk about everybody's shit, but you better not come and ask me about it. Cause I'm gonna tell you, I wasn't there though. I'm talking about it, but don't mean I was there to know if it's the truth or not. I don't know the truth. I wasn't there. I'm telling the story. So it's a fictional story until somebody make it a factual incident. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we deal with that. Well, Trevor, you know what, man? I want you to save that conversation for me, man. Because if you don't mind, I want you to go ahead and put your stuff together, man. And I want to invite you, and this is serious. I want to invite you to come and sit down with us, man, and let's talk about that. I mean, bring what you know, man, so you can educate us. Because everybody ain't going to admit to some things, you know what I mean? But just to know that you know something that's probably beneficial to many of us, even the ones who don't want to admit it, I would really like to hear your conversation because you sound like you know what you're talking about, man. So I'm putting out an invitation to you, man. You know what I mean? To put your stuff together, man, and come on the show and let's talk about it. Give me a thumbs up, man, if you feel like you can do that for me. And I appreciate it. You know, I'm watching what you're saying, but it sounds so good, man. I think it needs to be heard and not read.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to everybody who participated in the poll question. We got 86 people who voted. Question was, can a game American Pit Bull Terrier be considered dead game and still be alive? We had 38% that said yes, 62% that says no. And while we got that up there, I sure will look for somebody to hit that link. I'm going to throw that link up here in here, hopefully that one of them 38% people just happen to jump on up here and tell me their reasoning for the yes. Because I would like to know a good reasoning for the yes. Not saying it's a wrong answer, but I think, you know, just want to know what's the mindset. How do you come to that conclusion? So I'm gonna pop this link up here and we will go from there. And hopefully we can get somebody to pop up. And if not, we can call it a night. Here we go. Let's see what else we got going. Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one, Trevor. I'm looking forward to that one, bro.
Appreciate that, Trevor. We got you, man. I see them thumbs up. Look forward to it, man. Hey, the email address is right there. I think it will be a good show because you have a lot of good information. And then you seem like you're interested in moving this thing forward the right way. You know? And that's good.
Definitely appreciate it. Because there's gonna be guys out there gonna want to know.
Okay, let me see it. You Mr. Man, he said, I think if I'm not wrong, didn't you say Red Boy Infinite's bowl line? Red Dog.
Oh, Red Boy and his bow goes back to the Kobe dogs. Is that what you mean? Yeah, Philly Bow and Red Boy dogs come from the same line. They come from the Kobe line, the dogs. If that's what you're asking me. Philly Bow is a Kobe dog. So is Red Boy. You know what I mean, man? Mr. Watson, is that what you're asking? My man said 2 broke legs and a broken nasal passage is still scratched and took hold. I think I would have been picking him up on the nasal passage. I would have been picking him up because the whole time he's breathing, he's filling his lungs out with blood. And you know, for him to be able to do that, you know, I hate to see him. If he made it home, you got a bulldog there. You know?
My man Eric Watson said yes. That's what he was talking about, the Kobe stuff.
Yes, sir. You're right. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, you did say it.
I did say that.
The Kobe. That goes back to the Kobe line.
Yeah. When I be going into these pedigrees, guys, I really do be putting a lot of time in that because I want you guys to see what I see. If you can understand what I'm trying to point out to you and you can go in there and look and see what I see, knowing that anybody can breed a dog. I'm pointing out what it took to bring the dogs of great to the now in my time. And how all these dogs seem to have these certain things about them that all led up to one thing, their greatness. From the breeders to the dogs themselves. And like he's saying, it says the email account that you are trying to reach does not exist because the address couldn't be found. The address got it.
The email address?
Yeah. You got to go on too. Well, that's what I see. I see going hard kills. Reload.
Yeah. At gmail.com. That's not it.
Going hard reload.
Sorry about that. I got to fix that.
I see Mad Doctor back. What's up, baby? All right, man. We got that, fam. We got it, Dennis. We're gonna take care of that, fam. But yeah, man. Look, it's back on the breeding thing. And I'm telling y'all something, man. I think here's another thing that I like doing when I do pedigrees. I like when you guys start be putting them up, because you know what you be showing people out here, man. Y'all be showing people dogs, man, that probably had those same lines of dogs on their yard, man. And they go back and I get all kind of emails based on the dogs that y'all be putting up. Some of these guys be wondering where you guys are at, be putting their pedigree up and be like, yeah, you had a dog bred like this on your show, and I got a female. And I always send them back to the video, man, because I do it so much. I don't know which ones they be talking about, but they send in a particular video. Go back and see whose dog that was, who put that video, who put that pedigree up, and try to work it back that way, because they're most likely going to be in the chat sooner or later.
Shit, what you saying, twin, is this. Y'all stuck with what y'all had, then y'all made it what it was. With my 5-1, it was already due set, and it was already due set and ready about 100 dogs. But when Original Bounty Hunter solidified it, this dog is all my dog. And I said, yeah, let me run with it. But I threw the papers away. I ain't need no more. I seen 5 grand champions in one dog. I read Richard Stratton. Now you tell me you got Hank on top, you got Boomerang in the middle. Then you go and get but all the females were Eli dogs. Then you got Boomerang. Then you go get Grand Champion Stubblefield Buddy. He won the first Grand Champion. Then you go get Art and ZEBO with Priscilla bred to the you get Bunts. Frank Bunts is from Detroit, so you get Frank Bunts bred Blackie ZEBO dog bred to Priscilla a Bolio dog. So Boss had all that shit in him. And so it was just stew. It was just stew. Then every time I bring them, I just said, let me bring them back to the cold, which is 5-1, so I'm getting 10-2. Then
Okay. I wanted to get this out there with my man in the house, with Noe in the house. Shout out to my man, Wow. Mama said, bro, boy is not a Kobe dog. He is a Hempfield like the old family red nose. Not old family, red nose family. Okay. Now, that's one of my mentors. Guess what? I'm glad you said that, Mama. Because we're going to take you back and show you.
Because there's a story behind it.
Yeah, we did a show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to let the voices.
How you tell me to do it?
It's right here. Okay, fellas, while he doing that, I'm letting him get that together. I'm gonna jump in here. Glad to see my brothers. They always be out there on the back street. But it says Red Boy Union says Red Boy is a Kobe dog unless his ped's fake. Well, we did a show on that. And it was, it's a well-known fact that Kobe swore up and down he had nothing to do with those red-nosed dogs. Okay.
Okay. Now I just want to put the pedigree up. I want Big Bro. He got the link. Please, Big Bro, don't let him stay out there reading the papers, because there is a story behind it. And I ain't gonna tell it if you know it, because I can't tell it like you know. You wouldn't say it if you didn't know what she was talking about. Okay. Because this is the and there are old family red nose dogs in here. This stuff here goes back to the old family red. The knitted stuff goes back to the old family red. Everything in here, like he said, these are the old family red nose down in here. And then some and these up here too. This dog here goes back to old family red.
Before he gave the name Old Family Red Nose.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm just saying McCoy is one of those who came up with that, created the Old Family Red, that term.
Maybe that's the dog right there. These dogs down in here. Look how far back that is. You see that 1928. Brenda and White. These dogs here. These was old family reds.
He said your mic is doing bad. Let me say something.
Old family reds. Okay. Mic ain't working. Yeah, can y'all hear me? Hope I ain't. Mike, let me check the mic. Okay. Trevor, you just okay. Okay. There you go. There you go.
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, what's up, Trevor? Yes, sir.
I was just gonna see if I can answer y'all's questions about the the nuts shutting down. Can y'all hear me clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're
Okay. So you want to answer some questions while you want to jump on here. Okay. Look here.
about the the testosterone or stat.
Go into detail or just give us a rundown on coming from
Okay.
The use of it, you know what I mean? And then actually coming out of what's the time period?
Well, so you can use testosterone your whole life if you want to. It just depends on how long you want to use it, as long as you're doing things right. But you want to maintain like when you're getting older, as you get older, your testosterone levels will decline naturally. So that if you're taking enough to keep them between 600 and 800 levels, and that's good. Anything over 1,000, and it'll it's going to because you're not, or anything over what you would naturally produce can cause you won't be producing testosterone naturally.
So how would you test for, I hear you talking in these numbers. Okay, explain the test that you're talking about that they need to take when you speak of the 600 to 1,000 and what you're talking about in particular.
Okay, so basically you just, you have your blood drawn, and they check your test levels to see what you're tested at. And you want to stay between 600 and 800s. That's healthy for a young 25, 26-year-old or a 40, 50, 60-year-old. That's great. Anything over that, or let's say that you're 60 years old. So you haven't been taking nothing, but your test has declined over time. And now you're down around like 100 or 150 or 2. You're like super low. Well, a doctor may prescribe testosterone to keep your levels between 600 and 800 level. That way you feel really good. If you're over what you would naturally produce, you're going to take HCG alongside it so that your balls continue to naturally produce testosterone. So you don't just quit making it because you're basically giving it to yourself without having to naturally produce it. Does that make sense? So when you're coming off of it, like if you just want to, if all of a sudden, like if you're wanting to do a cycle or something, you're wanting to cycle down, basically you're going to take the HCG to give yourself a jump start.
So explain HCG. What is that? Is
so
HCG
is human chronic gonadotropin or something like that, I think is what it stands for. It basically, it helps you maintain testicular function, promote sperm production, prevent hormonal imbalances, and support overall endocrine function. So it's going to keep you right. So it's the same thing. Like if someone wanted to cheat in a fun show, to me, I mean, that's taking it a little too far. I mean, you're going out there, you're competing. More people's going to fuck their dogs up than are going to do it right. So I wouldn't suggest anybody do it unless you really know what you're doing, because you can do things to your dog that he'll never be the same again. Whenever he comes off, he'll be a super dog for a short period of time. But if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to fuck your dog up. And, I'm not with that. So I would just say in general, it'd be better if everybody just compete clean, and it'd be better for, the fun shows and all that stuff anyway. You know what I mean? Just see who's got the better dog and leave it at that. But as far as like us humans, testosterone is just like, it's like the fountain of youth.
Okay. Now, so what kind of product would you find HCG in?
Well, are you familiar with like human growth hormone? So it's kind of like you take it the same way, like it's a small little needle. You take a tiny little unit under the, like in your abdomen, your belly, you just take a little bitty shot, and then you don't take it like you do your test. If you're doing a stack, you might combine testosterone with DECA or something, take a cc of this and a cc of that, put it in your leg, and then run the HCG alongside it to keep yourself going. And then whenever you come off, now when you cycle down, a human cycling down or whatever you wanted to use to cycle down, the tests and the HCG is pretty easy. But whenever you're cycling down off of like a DECA, or if you want to use like trinobolin or some of these other steroids or something like that, then you definitely want to slowly decrease the DECA or slowly decrease the trinobolin as you come down, because you don't want to stay on those for a lifetime. You know what I mean? Testosterone, you can stay on that for a lifetime and run alongside it HCG just to keep yourself right. But you need to be doing blood tests to keep yourself healthy. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so that's pretty complicated. If you're doing that with a dog, I mean, to do that right, I mean, that takes a lot of, who has access to that really? I mean, if a human goes, he has his blood drawn at the doctor and they check his testosterone levels. You know what I mean? Right. You're playing the guessing game, and there's really no room for error. And think about this. So I think was it Mo that said he did back in the day? He used to use them.
Yeah, that's
So
me.
hey, did you ever have your your nips get puffy or something like sensitive because you took too much, and so maybe your if you were taking high amounts or something, and your balls shrunk up a little bit, and now your tits get puffy or something like that, and you don't know what to do. So,
but I didn't never. I must have been taking mine right. You know, I didn't have no ill effects as far as me taking them. You know, my problem came with my dogs.
Oh, with the dogs, yeah. Well, with the dogs, it would even be harder.
I was using Deca. I used Deca and D-ball.
D-ball, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Did you take was you doing your Deca? Was you doing like a cc of or 2 cc's of test and then stacking Deca with it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So whenever you came down off your cycle, did you just stop cold turkey, or did you just take little amounts to try to come down?
No, I come off this. I would come off the cycle. When I came off after I got done at the end of the cycle, I stopped.
Yeah.
You know, but
see,
I can see the difference though.
Oh hell yeah, you can feel the difference. But see, so there's nothing wrong with staying on test though. You can stay on test a lot longer time. You know what I mean? Like you can stay on it for the rest of your life. The Deca and all that stuff, that stack that you're putting on there to get your gains or whatever, that's what you have to cycle down off of. And the HCG really, when you come off of testosterone, because your body, when you're producing more testosterone than what you naturally produce, your body just stops producing it because it doesn't have to. So that's what causes, if you got the real shit, if you're taking some good shit and your testosterone levels are through the roof, you might be 15, you could be at 1500 or something. And whenever you come down off of that, if you don't have some HCG to go alongside it, it's going to take a long time for your nuts to recover and go back to their normal size without it, unless maybe you wasn't taking some really strong stuff.
Right.
Yeah. If it's legit, that's the way it should be. And you'll get the gains. But
you got a question out there. You got a question. It says, Trevor, can you use roids on a female hound and still have puppies? Well, I had puppies when Brat was on it, Mama was on it, but the problem was it took them a long time to come in heat.
Yeah. Well, what happens? So a female doesn't have a lot of that's going to depend on the type of steroid that you're giving that female too. Are you giving them testosterone? Because the testosterone is the foundation of everything. If your testosterone levels aren't right, your body's not going to use the stack the same. You know what I mean? It's not gonna, if you're just taking, let's say you just want to take straight Deca, you're going to get something out of it, but you need to have you need to be taking testosterone alongside it. You know what I'm saying? So when you're giving a female, if whatever you're giving, or if you're just giving her something by itself, there's no telling what type of effects that could have.
What about Winstrol and Deca?
Winstrol's more for like running. Deca is more for like gains, and you might retain water, stuff like that. But it's you still have to cycle down off of it. You know what I mean? You don't want to just take something and then stop something. That's not good, and your females. So when a female's on juice or whatever, if you're giving her something like that, and she produces estrogen, but she has a really low amount of testosterone compared to like what males produce, because we have a ball sack, right? Women don't. Their estrogen levels are higher than our testosterone levels. That's what makes us men. That's what makes them women. So when you turn your female dog into a man, but it doesn't have the parts that a man has, of course it's going to fuck it up. It can mess up heat cycles. It can mess up the nursing. It can do all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? If you don't, and it's even trickier with females. Like females that are on steroids have to do different things than males have to do. It's more complicated for females, human females, than it is for males.
That's good information.
Yeah. So I wouldn't recommend, to me, like, yeah, you might get an edge in a competition, but is that one edge that one time or however many times? Maybe you're going to do it and do a bunch of competitions really quick. Maybe you're going to blow through some shit and go to 10 fun shows in a row in 1 year. And then after that, you might be lucky if you ever get anything off that bitch, or if you get anything off your male, if you don't really know what you're doing, or, have an underground lab or something and really be smart. To me, the risk isn't worth the reward whenever I can just take a dog and, not have to do that and just take a superior animal in there, compete. And if somebody blows me out that day because they're on steroids, it is what it is.
Exactly. And that's basically what it was. In our world.
Yeah. Just get.
Definitely had an advantage.
Yeah.
That doesn't make the dog better.
Yeah.
But if the dog is already good, there is an advantage there.
Yeah, there is an advantage, but the part that you have to, and if you don't care about nothing, like if you don't care about breeding the dog,
we don't care about the career until the career.
Yeah, you just want to get in and get out, and then you don't really care about breeding that dog or doing anything with it. Like that.
Not at to be honest, not at the time that you're taking these animals out, because all of them can lose.
Yeah.
So breeding, a future in breeding was never, it was always the afterthought after the career is over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Join the career, breeding is definitely not one of the main mindsets that we have. Not even pertaining to the males. You know what I mean? It just doesn't become a factor till the dog is retired.
Yeah, it just depends on the person who's what they're. People have different thoughts. Some people get more attached to their shit when they get some really good stuff and might want to keep it around or something like that. And then other people are just like, fuck it, get another one,
But we still talk about people of the past, though.
Yeah. People.
Dogs.
Yeah, this is back in
different mindsets than what I would think they would be trying to have today.
Yeah, but for fun, what I'm saying, like today's world, if you're doing fun shows and stuff like that, there might be somebody that comes along like that doing that, and 90% of them won't even know what they're doing anyway. So I wouldn't. I'm just saying, if it was me, I would just go out there, compete, have fun, let my dog stay healthy, and do his thing.
Well, that's why we talk about it.
Yeah.
Hey, while you were here, Trevor, we're gonna jump on this conversation that Big Brother had. You might have a little input you want to have with that.
Okay.
My big brother, y'all know Mama is one of our mentors. Man, it took a lot of time, and I generally try to address anything that he says.
Okay.
It makes for good conversations. He said this about Red Boy and the Bolio dogs. The Kobe dogs. So I did one of these AI overview search. I want y'all to just follow along with me. We're going to just check this out. It says Old Family Red Nose and Kobe are two distinct, though sometimes intertwined bloodlines with American Pit Bull Terrier breed. The Old Family Red Nose is known for its red and copper-colored coat and nose, while the Kobe line is one of the oldest and most influential in the breed history. Now, without me having to go down here, and it says right here, the Old Family Red Nose bloodline is believed to have originated in the early 1900s with breeders like William J. Leitner and
Confili.
We get down here with the history. The line was further developed by breeders like Dan McCoy and coined the term Old Family Red Nose. So it was Dan McCoy who claimed that. And Robert Hemphill, who focused on preserving the line. We jump down here. The origin. The Colby bloodline was established by John Colby in the late 1800s in Massachusetts. The impact. The Colby line is considered one of the oldest, purest, and the most influential in the breed, with many modern American Pit Bull Terriers tracing back to the Colby dogs. We'll go down here to relationships. While Old Family Red Nose is a distinct bloodline, it is not exclusive to the Colby line. Intertwined, some Old Family Red Nose dogs may have Colby ancestry and vice versa, as breeders often incorporated dogs from different lines. Not a breed. It's important to remember that the Old Family Red Nose and the Colby are bloodlines within the American Pit Bull Terrier, not separate breeds themselves. So when they say separate breeds, it's like we still talk about pit bulls here, all right? So taking it back to the pedigree. It's back up here. It's back up here.
The Neblet stuff.
Okay, y'all. All right. You see where I'm back here? I'm back here in that old line of dogs. I can't remember all the lines he spoke up on. But we know definitely Nicholas Wallace and the Hemhill stuff. And this is way back there in the back. There goes Centipede.
Centipede's a good looking dog, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He looks like an Old Family Red too.
No, he don't.
You don't think he does?
Yes, I think he's better.
Mm-hmm. You don't think look at him. He looks good. Big red dog. See them big ears?
Yeah, definitely good.
And I like his harness.
Like the harness.
Yeah.
Let's see, this is the part. Now I'm back down there where he was talking about. Even still, in Centipede, you're gonna see Kobe. You see, I see Kobe at the top. I see all the lighter stuff. We know it's the Hemhill stuff, but we're back here. Even when it comes back to this area here, pants. You're gonna find Fancy in a lot of Kobe dogs. They changed it from Kobe's Fancy to like. But this is what he was talking about. This is just the bottom side. This is just the bottom side of Red Boy. Get you back to Red Boy. Okay, here we go. And that was the bottom part of Red Boy. I went right up. I did the new one. Stuff. Look how they dog be looking. No.
Kobe's dime.
Yeah. Now look how the dog look.
Mm-hmm.
Brindle and White Dog. And he in a whole lot of different. He in Finley Bow pedigree, and we over here in Red Boy pedigree.
Yeah, he's in everything, just about all them dogs.
He is.
And throw! And throw!
Picking on Andrew Mike. What do you say?
He believed in what my mom said.
Well, he's right though because but he's definitely Kobe. A Kobe dog. If he doesn't have lightning, he does have the Hemphill, old family ran those dogs in. But I've always called Red Boy part of the old family. And he throw like it too, because he throw a lot of red dogs.
Do you think that Red Boy's pedigree is true, or do you think that it is fake, or that his dad?
Okay.
My point
Hold on, my mom got something else.
is my mom
Hold on. He had something.
has a story. So we don't. He brought it up, and believe me, if there's something that he brought up, there's something to what he's saying. Hold on, I'm gonna pull him up. Mama said that pedigree is not correct according to the late great Mike Norrod, who wrote this in the Sporting Dog Journal. He says he was, according to Norrod, a Hemphill bred dog primarily through his side. Well, we know the bottom side is definitely like
treatments.
well, we got Leitner, Hemphill, we got the old family nose in Red Boy. That's a fact. But if you're trying to change the top half of Red Boy, which is all Kobe, but it looks of it, because we ain't got back there yet far enough, and we in 1928. So I guess if we keep going back, will we find a family line of dogs in him? Because at one time he made that statement that there was none. And that's probably what that connection was, with what he said when he did make that statement. The old kind of red-nosed dog didn't have Kobe in it. And right now we're looking at the old Kobe dogs, and I'm seeing a whole bunch of Kobe. In this pedigree, I ain't ran across one yet.
They look more like the Lapasi dogs.
Yeah.
The Lapasi got a lot of Kobe in there. Kobe's dime too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you see a lot more blend. This dog right here. We're talking about Pansy, Champion Pansy. Where it was said in the book that I got, Pansy was not a Kobe dog. He was bought. She was bought by Kobe, but she wasn't really a Kobe dog.
Yeah, he was importing those dogs back in the day. He was so far back there.
Yeah.
Or getting imported dogs. You can see where it says imported, and then it'll go to that white dog, I think.
Yep. And she's not a Kobe dog, because he definitely said Pansy was not a Kobe dog, but he was bred down off. He bred down off of it.
Yeah.
You know, that was his top of seed. That was this part. Lou, we gonna find when you go to the gym. That's whole
Trices.
family original.
Yeah.
The hillbilly stuff, all this stuff down here is gonna go back to the old family red nose. This part up here, you back to Kobe again.
Got Kobe on the top.
You know, we ain't gonna go nowhere with Kobe's dime, so you ain't gonna find it there. We've been there already. And I'm gonna tell you, I have sat down and really looked at Kobe. You know how you got some kennels that, you know, put their name on something and you really can't see the formula in it because unless you go way back. But if you actually look at the way this dude was breeding the dogs, he was doing it before everybody else was doing it. If you really just sit down and just go back there, guys, and just.
He did it the longest.
Yes. And you see that he was line breeding.
The longest.
Even back then, way back then, I'm looking at this pedigree right here, y'all. Tiny alone. And there's the formula. There's the formula. You see it in the fourth generation. You know, that's what I be talking about. You know, even back then, they used in the very same formula. The concept, the way they made their crosses. It's a concept that when a breeder do something, there's definitely a mindset. But definitely Kobe. You know, this ain't red boy stuff.
I think Con Feely was in the same era.
Yeah.
As Kobe. And Tudor had Con Feely and Kobe dogs.
That's it. I was at first. That's this is. Right. Oh, that's real. That's old family red dog. It's still Kobe. No, it's Kobe in them. But it's like they're in Hillfield. There they all go right there.
They made the cross right there.
They made the cross right there. So when you go back, you're gonna see Kobe. Start seeing the Kobe dog. All these are old family red nose dogs.
And some of that Neblet stuff goes back to unknown, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take you down there where you're gonna get into the lightning stuff. There's the lightning dog. But then what do you see there?
Tramp. I love Tramp. Always liked looking at that dog.
The old family red dog being bred to a Kobe.
He looks like a beast, don't he?
Oh yeah. And then they got the little match careers up there. They go Pansy again.
I like his artist.
That combination right there. It went a long way.
Oh yeah, it's generational.
Yeah, and the thing about it, that goes all the way back to Red Boy, especially the way Red Boy produced. You know, because Red Boy, he was throwing some old brindle dogs. You know?
Oh yeah.
Some dog brindle dogs.
most of the red boy today is, it's pretty much red.
Yeah.
Red, red and white, or even white with red.
Yeah.
But you ain't seeing no black nose today unless it's been crossed into like some of the posse
Like
stuff.
Jeep or Tab. Tab, we was throwing black. Black nose dogs. But Gator, he threw a couple of red nose. But I seen one off of Gator that had a black nose. Crenshaw champion Gator.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he threw a lot of red too because Lumpy was a red.
Yeah, Jeep's an interesting dog,
Yeah.
You can breed around Jeep so many different ways, and he was bred to everything almost,
Yeah, that's true.
I like the red boy Jeep. Tramp.
Well, that was a strong thing about it because he had a red boy trait because he was a family red nosed dog, even though we had Kobe there. Jeff, his double bred Jeff, there's a formula right there in red. That's a formula in itself. You're gonna find family red nose here. Don't know too much about this down here.
Shivers, Neblets. Are you talking about the teals or what?
I'm down here with Frank Sugar, the bottom side of the airport.
Okay, there's the Maloney's. Now you're getting into the Williams, Cybers, Corvinos, Tudor. Yeah.
This is what Mama was talking about, the Covino. There's more than Nebula dogs. There's Wallace, so you're gonna see some family red down in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're crossing it with the Covino stuff. But this right here is gonna take us to some family red nose dogs. See him?
Oh yeah.
Yep, family red nose. So let's take this Covino stuff.
Bucky McCoy.
Look at this dog. He must have liked him to take a picture of him. Got him with pretty collie, ears cut good. No,
they always had nice harnesses back then, didn't they?
Then they don't. You know what? Let me tell you something. Trevor, you know my first harness?
What was it?
That harness.
That one right there?
That harness right there.
The exact one?
I swear to God, man, on everything, y'all. I had my first harness put on a bulldog with that exact harness, the one just like that. It was a black one and a red. Exactly like that. And I'm gonna tell you why I got it. I used to be into the Rich Stratton books.
Oh yeah.
And all them Kobe dogs back then had that kind of harness on. Did you notice that?
Fancy.
Sure did. And we didn't have internet back then when I started messing with them. You can find some old family radio this stuff here.
Back then, the access to these pedigrees wasn't nearly as available, You just had whatever the ADBA sent you.
Yeah. And then back in those days, cause I got an old bulldog book that got all these pedigrees in it. I mean, and they were actually registered dogs, y'all. I mean, they had pedigrees. I had brought it to the show and did a show on it But I'm gonna bring it back through here because it is a real interesting book, guys. These dudes was matching dogs back then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They was putting them down. Evidently, I mean, just being flat out, straight out. Black folks, if they was doing any dog fighting back then, they was being used by, the guys to either condition them or handle them while they was up there in their top hat on the outside of the box back. Okay? Because ain't no way in the world, the way they was matching dogs back then, black folks was matching dogs into their dogs. No way. They might have had that little circle that was sold. You better not let master catch you fighting his dog. Okay? Shit. Okay? But believe that. They was matching dogs, y'all. I mean, it wasn't about dogs making champions and all that, but they recorded their wins, and at the same time, there was no name for champions. They were a 3-time winner, a 9-time winner, like look at Brada, 14-time winner.
Imagine back in them days, they'd advertise it in the newspaper.
Yeah. Man, they had dog fights in the Madison Square Garden, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Braddock, 14 times.
14-time win.
Cool.
Yeah, they was really doing a lot of dogs back then, y'all.
That's a good looking brindle dog too.
And Judah looked like him, except he didn't have that white muzzle. And Judah, he was snooty Molly B.
He's got pretty floppy ears too.
Yeah.
Them ears have been around forever. All these people that, they trip out over some of these ears. They've
He's up for the two. What are you talking about? This stuff right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
right
yeah. Up there too. Right there too. Up there, everything moving forward. Start with that kid. That's what hit him and see how much goes through that thing.
You talking about up this way?
Cheese.
Right.
Go back to the 14-time winner.
Voilà.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was he?
Kobe. I think Kobe though.
Yeah. Would be on the bottom side of the ring.
Farmers was back there with Con Feely and Kobe too.
Yeah.
That's still the bottom.
Well, he was definitely, he definitely had all those in, but Red Boy had Kobe in.
Yeah, and if you notice, Red Boy dogs are pretty big dogs.
Yeah. Yellow and Yellow John and Roddy, they were so tiny dogs.
Yeah, I got one weighs about 65.
And that was one thing that I never had on my yard. I never had a dog that could even be matched at 45. And my whole yard was red. And I had Mayday.
How big was it? You're talking about conditioning weight, though, right?
Yeah, even on the chain, I didn't have no 50-pound dog. Mama was probably about the biggest dog on the yard. She was 42. Yeah, I had a whole yard of dogs. Mayday, Mama, she was a Red Boy dog. I bred the Beetlejuice, and you still didn't get no big dog.
No big ones, huh?
Biggest
Was
one
they-
is 42.
Was they straight red boy, or did they have a little cross in them? Or
Yeah, who, Mama? Yeah, I'll pull her up right quick. She was definitely, when you look at her pedigree right off the front, you're not going to see what I'm going to show you. You will not see it. Let me pull it up. Look at her pad. You see a whole lot of red boy.
oh yeah. What's the bottom quarter?
This is what's going to trip you out, though. Here's the out right here.
Yeah. Hanzo, Art. Yeah, ZEBO,
Art, ZEBO,
Alligator.
Buddy, Alligator, Kate. Let me tell you, to me, that's what made her better than her dad.
Yeah, that's a nice bred dog.
Yeah. We bred we bred the Beetlejuice. Took up to Windy City and bred to him, and they had some nice pups. That was heavy red boy when we did that. The Beetlejuice was a red boy dog.
Imagine if Art would have, never been stolen. The dogs.
He was definitely a great producer,
Yeah.
and that's for real.
You wonder what pedigree he's really behind,
Right.
Somebody bred him.
Well, I'm going to tell you the story why I don't think he got bred, because that Stan had that dog in Cleveland, and there's people in the dog game was there when they put a dog named Rebel on Art. And said Art died that day.
Yeah.
And these are people who knew. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I was riding with Stan, and I asked Stan about it. Is the story true that Rebel was put on Art? You gonna ask him to put the dog.
Yeah.
I just want to know, did they put Rebel on Art? He said,
I like that. Did you have this dog right here that you're pulling up?
yeah, that's one of
Jake's,
mine.
you had some stuff down from Assassin?
Yeah, I read
Assassin.
the Beetlejuice. That's kind of pretty, Mama. I took her up there.
Oh, man, that's nice. Yeah, that's real nice.
She threw a nice ass leg.
Oh, I bet she did. I bet she did. Double grand champion assassin. That's assassin 1 and assassinator.
Yeah, assassin. Yeah. My KP, he told me that St. Jacob's wife called the people on him. When they got raided.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, St. Jacob's wife called the police. She was the one that called him. But yeah, you already know how I breed. I'm gonna breed. Believe me, I'm gonna breed to a champion. I'm gonna hunt him down and find a dog I want to breed to. I'm gonna tell you why I bred the Beetlejuice. because the dog went in and twisted from off the Mayday. He gave twisted everything he had. There was 2 good dogs. I liked him enough, even though he lost his twisted. I liked him enough to go breed the Beetlejuice. And we got some good ones on. Every one of the brothers but one made it to the bottom.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to Big Hill. I see you, fam. Appreciate the love.
2 of them got taken in raids. They're both 2-time winners, and both of them got taken in raids. Not raids, I'm talking about. They went and came up and they got me in 2008. They got mine. But the other brother, I think in 2007, they went up and grabbed him. And he had just beat Divine in like an hour and 15.
Yeah, that's nice right there. I bet you'd probably do anything to have that shit back.
Or just bring it back. Get the right, you know how it goes. Any line to be good if you get it and know what to do with it when you get it.
Yeah.
You know, they're just fortunate enough that I lost Little Mayday because of that. You know, I got him to give me her by leaving Brat's Little May brother there with me. Now, Brat Little May brother's now name is Kunta. I never seen him again. As far as Norman, the guy who I got pretty much from. But it's all in history. It's all in history.
Yep.
And she won Best in Show and Game in Show. And each time Brat went out there and went in the 2-time winners and destroyed them and never got shit.
She looks like she's strong.
Oh, she was. She hung around and played with the dog till the hour mark. You can count your money. If she ain't looking good in the first 30, 45 minutes of the match, everybody get your money on.
Yeah, she's pretty red.
Yeah, because when she come, as soon as that clock hit an hour, she turned into a tornado. I mean, it was like she had a stopwatch on.
You think she'd have ran up one of them walls?
Well, I don't know about running up a wall.
If you trained her.
I can tell you one thing I knew. I know I could scratch her all night.
She looks athletic.
That's one thing she made me proud of. She was definitely going hard dog. Because she didn't have she beat a dog in 26 minutes to try to kill her. That's the fastest match I ever seen. Everything else, she did just enough to, keep the dog interested in fighting because that's all she wanted to do anyway was fight the dog. At the hour mark, her whole attitude changed. It's either like since the dog done got tired on her, she done found a weakness or something, but it don't take her maybe another 20, 30 minutes because she never went over an hour and 26. But in that hour, it would take her like 20-some minutes to finish it. But it looked like it was a good match. The dog went downhill very quick. But that's how she always won the trophy. Not going there and just make you look like you ain't shit to her. You were just totally outclassed. That's the show shit. Not no bitch coming looking like she coming from behind. I'm like, man, y'all falling for that shit. Man, I've been seeing this bitch do this shit for years since I have her. That's her style. She ain't gonna come out and killing shit like Brad. She gonna hang around.
Get your money worth.
You get your money worth with her though. Shoot, they see Brad at the scale, they bet get a little funny.
What's your favorite dog out of all them dogs you ever had?
Brad and Little Mayday.
Which one?
Brat and Little Mayday.
Little Mayday?
Uh-huh.
Is that the one that got stolen?
Yeah. To me, that's cool.
Isn't that bullshit?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad if you're going to steal one, and believe me, I'm going to find you where he at.
Yeah.
I'd rather see him over there with a butcher knife doing what he did than in somebody's hand that didn't do nothing with it.
Yeah.
Because one thing for damn sure, he definitely was a badass dog. When he one that broke Brat's leg. If Brat had a career even after getting her leg broke by bro.
So let me ask you guys a question, because you've been around the Mayday dogs from the beginning, right? So
yeah,
when I first seen the Mayday dogs, seemed like they were kind of clumsy, and then they kind of got better. Do you think that was like a stage?
I think that was the second wave. I think the dog that you were running into was those dogs that got over there out of Ecuador. Because Barracuda was not no clumsy looking dog. And he had some Little May brothers. They was not clumsy looking. Hunt. Remember that's May Little May brother. You know what I mean? And then none of them look clumsy. I didn't see a clumsy dog until I started seeing coming out of Ecuador.
Well, you know, they breed them to, you take a dog like Mayday, he's been bred so many times. I mean, what'd they breed him to? You know what I mean?
Right.
You got to breed him to the right bitch.
Because whatever Victor did to produce all them dogs, and like I said, I can count up 17 champions that Victor produced off of Mayday here in the United States. Now, you get over to Ecuador, and them numbers totally depleted.
Yeah. And he's
sound like some old Walkmall shit. You know, I hear what you're saying, but I remember when you was right over here, throwing everything that you put out your yard was winning. There wasn't no big clumsy dogs. There was too many of them out there.
Yeah.
There wasn't none of them clumsy. I'm talking about this one, you know. One thing you can hear when it comes to that story there is all these dogs was in Florida. I was the first person that had some Mayday dogs. Nobody even know who Mayday was when I had Rat and Little Mayday. They didn't get a name until we got old enough to put them on some people's shit. We start putting them on people's dogs. That's when everybody started saying, well, who is this Mayday?
Yeah.
They already knew who Red Ace was. They got a chance to see Red Ace's offspring, and they had the ability of Red Ace, but they was really crazy like Mayday, and they looked at like Mayday as far as the way they looked. That's when everybody was like, who is Mayday? Twin them got some shit over there.
I had a real nice Mayday female. She was unlike the rest of them that I'd seen. Got him from what's that guy's name? Lived on a mountaintop. Anyway, it was. I think I sold the dog to who was, I think it was Natural Born or something back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But she was a nice little bitch. She was really big for her weight, and she only weighed about, I don't know, maybe like 33 pounds, 34, but she was really tall, and she was pretty nice. She was a pretty nice little female. But I seen a bunch of real goofy big ones like back in the day, but I think they were crossing with some alligator blood or something, like some watered down alligator blood.
I can tell you, they was breeding Dolly to the Eli stuff.
Dot?
He bred Dolly to a dog named Champion.
No, Dolly, yeah. Dolly.
Yeah, to Dolly, yeah. And that dog that we won with 3 hours and 17 minutes, that's how he was bred. He was off the Dolly, he bred the Champion Mike. He looked like a Mayday dog, but he was just off the Dolly. And it had that Eli face, you know, that little streak in white.
Mm-hmm.
With the white streak all in their head and shit. He could tell he had Eli.
You walked
Mayday. He bit like an Eli.
You walked Mayday, right?
Mm-hmm. I can tell a video of that shit, man.
How big was that? How big do you think? How big was he?
Well, he was at matchbreak when I walked him. Cause I did that morning after his match. We got up and was walking. I had a chance to take him out and walk and had to stitch that hole up in his chest. Yeah, I had a video walking that big ass. To me, he was like a midget giant.
Like he was built long.
He wasn't no tall dog.
Yeah, long and
wide, like you know, you bring him in condition, you ain't gonna see nothing but a bunch of muscles.
Just a big beast.
Now he wasn't big though. Quarter wasn't big. They was wide.
Yeah, wide and short-legged
Yeah,
and long.
Lanky. Yeah, they wasn't no tall, lanky dog.
Heavy,
No.
heavy.
Yeah,
Powerhouse.
they was too. When I say powerhouse, bro, I mean I seen Barracuda, I seen Mayday.
What about deadlift?
Deadlift, I would say Deadlift was a pretty good dog. I ain't never seen him go. You know, I didn't get a chance to see Deadlift go. But I went into Missing Link. You know, we beat them, but they had some decent dogs. And they did a lot of dogs. So if they shit was winning, and then if you can take they shit and win with it, then you know that solidifies the kennel to me. I don't believe in shit. If you over here winning with everything, but can't nobody win but you.
Yeah.
There's some shit to that. And most good kennels, you know, and especially the ones that I speak on, every single one of them, anybody got dogs off of them, were able to win. You know, they didn't have to go buying a dog from them. They can take their own little champions that they produce and run off and do the same thing that the kennel that they were using. But remember, I only mess with the guys who was really matching dogs in. Everybody needed to stop. That's where I learned how to start breeding because I wanted to keep going. Gotta make the right breeders to keep going. Look at them papers. Papers don't mean nothing. I saw Mayday and I saw him go. I'm breeding him.
Yeah.
See, I didn't give a damn how he was bred. He just got a chance to talk to Victor. And he told me how he was bred. He was son off of Yellow. My ears perked. I'm already sitting with Red Ace coming off. I had Amber at the time. Wasn't even thinking about breeding a Red Ace. I had Amber up there breeding Angel's Apache. You know, Amber's a red boy dog. She's Yellow Giant. Yeah. Even though Yellow's in her pedigree, she's really Yellow Giant.
Did you ever see Yellow in person?
No, never got a chance to see Yellow. I didn't really get into the Yellow stuff. I mean, like I said, I had dogs off of Mayday, but I also had a dog that seen a son off Yellow. He was champion outlaw off of Yellow.
Okay.
Guy that beat Fat Bill.
How big was
the bullet dog? He also had the outlaw dog.
Was Outlaw a pretty good sized dog?
He wasn't a big size dog, but he was a good size. Yeah.
I think Mayday got his power from the bottom side.
I believe he did.
The Hollingsworth.
Yeah.
And it just was a good concoction.
It was definitely a good click.
Yeah, it clicked.
And you know when something clicked because you keep doing it and it keep clicking.
Well,
look, Kunta was bred to all these dogs and they breed him as a Boyle's dog. As soon as they breed him to Stone City dog, he comes up with a great producing dog. Knowing that proves that that's Little Mayday.
Yeah. How big was Little Mayday?
He was a 40-pound to 42-pound match dog.
So he's a little smaller too.
Yeah. His son was Buck Rogers was off his daughter. Buck Rogers and Bebe, they are grandkids of Little Mayday. You know, Bebe had produced 4 champions. So that was, you know, that was my thing, you know. And like I said, I have never thought crossed my mind because we were trying to go into that, you know, just because the competition was there.
You know,
once I saw a full picture of him, I always thought if you took Brat's face and put it right next to Kunta's face, he looks just like Kunta. I never seen Kunta's whole body. But I had Little Mayday. He wasn't no puppy when he disappeared. He was 20 months old. The dog is not going to change that much. So when I seen his full picture, I knew right off the bat it was him. Because you can put him and Brat together next to Mayday, and you will see Mayday. They were just red. Like Dolly.
Yeah.
And anytime you breed those dogs to a Stone City, anything, it gonna click.
Or Buck.
As long as it got Buck in it. But it was Stone City was just a click. Macho Buck, all them dogs. I mean, you just give me some Buck with it, it's gonna work.
Yeah.
It was just that click. I mean, but the Stone City stuff clicked it so well is because it's bred the same way. Mayday and Yellow Buck is bred the same way. Awesome Baby was off of Yellow. You know what I mean? Mayday off of Yellow. Grand Champion Buck bred to Yellow's daughter produced Yellow Buck. Yellow bred to Awesome Dolly. You know, she's got Little Tater in her pedigree. It's like a half sister. Brother breeding. Same line of dogs.
Always
and
like
they all and they both produced. Both lines produced
on their own.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess Hollingsworth. I think who was it? California Jack or Vice Groups or whatever. He had that shit.
Yeah, same guy. Vice Grip, California Jack. Yep, he had first dab at him, and he picked Poncho and them over Mayday.
I think he crossed into some of that whack-a-mole blood with that stuff.
Never turned out. I bred whack-a-mole Little John, it didn't turn out. I bred Sassy Girl to him. Sassy Girl's mama the all our dogs. The good ones.
You didn't have no luck crossing into the stuff he had?
I bred the champion Little John. I was supposed to be breeding the Big John. Get there, Big John ain't there.
They heard the story.
Y'all heard that story?
Oh, yeah.
Story
he was trying to do a jack in the backyard.
Yeah. And they come to the front. Shit, I don't know. You're going to bring that dog up to the front. And I knew then when they bought that dog, I don't care what nobody say.
Hey, and I'd take something off Little John. He didn't even have to lie about it, you know?
Right. I mean, you could have told me before I got there that Big John was not going to be there.
Yeah, because that's a long trip.
They know this.
Okay. When I get there now, you're telling me that Big John ain't there. He came up missing. Then he started talking about Lil John, the 4-time winner. I'm gonna have to deal with that one then.
Yeah.
Then gonna go in the backyard and gonna pull. Well, hold on. What you mean? I'm already Big John already gone. I'm already here. Now you talking about walking into the backyard and bringing some shit to the front? No, man, I don't work like that, man. You gotta bring that dog up here.
It just makes you think how much of that when you're looking at these pedigrees, you know, we go all the way back because it's interesting going back and looking at it, looking at the different families, all that stuff. But how many lies were in there? How much of that's actually true? You know?
Well, there's a lot of lies in that stuff.
Speak up.
Yeah, there's a lot of lies in that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what really shook me out when they brought him up to the front. I'm looking at this dog, y'all, and I don't see 4 times in this dog.
Yeah.
And, you know, I never thought much. I came home talking shit.
They heard this so many times.
I mean, I heard the story. I came home, even after the breed, I didn't think nothing of the breed, and I was right. You know, that's my experience with that. Long before he had a chance to prove my point, because nobody ever got any dogs out of that Walker-Mall yard that was able to do what those dogs were doing for Walker-Mall. All them champions, we should have just as many champions coming out of that yard as we had with Mayday and Stone City and Hardcore put together.
In other people's hands.
In other people's hands, you know what I'm saying? You didn't get shit.
So you didn't get nothing good off Little John?
Nothing. Didn't nobody else.
Damn.
All those champions is all Walker-Mall champions.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody, all the breeding going on down to 20 years. And well, we pulled up two champions of Walker-Mall, 20-something years later, nothing in between.
So maybe you got to enhance it.
Well, we did. That's how we got one.
Yeah.
You know, put that Spartacus in there with some amboss on top of some tight inbred Walker-Mall. The cross was the Spartacus crossed with the Barracuda. That's Luke Cannon Barracuda. That made all the world of difference. That helped the amboss shit and the Walker-Mall shit together. And that's why we sitting there with a dog called Yellow Dog and it's a black dog. Okay.
You had a black yellow dog?
Yeah, that's his name is Champion Yellow Dog. But he's black.
Was that really how he was bred?
Yeah, that's really how he bred.
And he was all black?
Yeah, he all black. And Boss is a black dog.
Oh, yeah. That's where the black came from.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. But you just named him Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
I got you.
Because he's having yellow.
Yeah.
He then bred Walker-Mall. He coming down off of Spartacus, bred to a Barracuda bit. So he got all the Mayday, he got all the Walker-Mall, then he got all that, he got the Amboss. And it took us a while to find a dog with that much Walker-Mall in him that was a champion. 20 years later, that was not on Walker-Mall yard.
Who's one up there? We seen another one.
I see one.
Yeah, we found one, right?
Yeah, we found one.
Yeah.
And he was a tight bred Waccamaw dog.
You think he was just do you think he just kept all the good ones? And well, I mean, you bred the Little John, so if you didn't get nothing off Little John, that's kind of
okay. And I bred her to the bitch that produced baby in it.
yeah.
So I just said that the breeding and what came after me proved my point. You know, the facts. Fact is, you know, was nobody getting none of that stuff winning with it other than them. You know what I mean? They still have champions and speeders and Rattler, Grand Champion Rattler, and all these dogs, and still ain't nobody getting nothing come close to have a yard full of Waccamaw dogs that was winning championships like they was winning.
Cannabis Cowboy, what up, fam? Cannabis said, how many dogs you think out there that come off lies? A whole bunch of them, man.
I can say the same thing about Mayday. All of them do it, man, because it becomes a money game after it becomes a pit game. Stud. Sell them puppies. They turn into puppies.
I heard all kinds of stories about Carver giving out, you know, he'd just give you a dog and say, here's your paper, you know.
All of them did it.
Well, all of them did that.
Yeah, so I mean,
he wouldn't have had to change Buck's pedigree if he wasn't trying to be a sleaze. You know what I'm saying? The man said he wanted a Mahoney tooth dog.
yeah.
Patrick didn't have one, so he made one. Dog turned out to be a good dog. Now he want to come and tell the truth. And for real, this is really how the dog is bred. He could have kept out a lie.
There were so many lies. Yeah, there's so many lies in the dogs, you know.
Oh yeah.
You gotta.
But the point is, like I always took it. It's the dog that makes the difference.
Yeah, look at the dog. Don't worry about the pig.
If you say he offered this dog, and he got to be coming off a great dog,
the truth comes out in the dog.
and the truth comes out, the dog's not bred that way.
Yeah.
I mean, the truth. Then guess what? Then I need to be breeding to the dog that produced the dog that I wanted. You see what I'm saying? Like Grand Champion Ace. Remember, I'm in that dilemma. Was Ace really off of Charlie, a red and white dog? Already got speculations coming out of the letter with G. You got Toxic Spider and you got ZEBO on the bottom. This is where the dark brindle comes from. Understanding that part. But the style, this is Charlie had style. He had ability. But so did Angus. And every dog that we know that was coming off Charlie, we know, but none of them red and white. Well, none of them buckskin, like Jeep in them. Well, no throwback. They looking like ZEBO and Toxic Spider. You know, so the question is, you know, he did have Angus on the yard in Ruby. That's where those accidents was happening at over there on Supernat yard.
Yeah, sometimes people steal breedings and stuff, you know, and they don't want to say what they're doing.
Well, that Mexican Eli shit, y'all remember, here are dogs that was Eli dogs after Eli had been stolen.
Yeah.
That's why we call them Mexican Eli dogs. Remember the story I heard from, you know, James Crenshaw said that he went to Maurice Carver, and Maurice Carver went and sent two boys over the border to the letter. They came back and they gave him a dog. Guess who the dog was? Rascal.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now here come a dog coming back over the border. Black dog, white stripe. Ain't got paperwork. Like James, and then produced the dog. He said he went on the border, recall was sending them boys over there. He came back with Rascal. Rascal came out to be a good dog. You know what he said? He said that was a Mexican Eli dog. Eli being bred with some shit over there.
Yeah.
Just another one of them stories.
Just one, yep, another story. But when you hear it coming out of everybody's mouth, you know.
Gotta get back to at least to the source.
Yeah, right. And I'm getting mine from the source. Remember, they didn't put that out there. Supernet put that out there. I would have never thought nothing about Angus if he hadn't balled it up. You know, and what was he bragging about? Because APE beat champion Rocky, and Angus was a champion beater.
Now, who do you think's the best? Would you say is of the Mexican breeders over there? Who would you say would be the top three?
Me back then, I would say the Belline Club and the Cadenas.
Cardenas, yeah.
Yeah.
What about the Morphin?
Well, the Morphin stuff, I would give them their props too, but they wasn't matching them dogs like the Cadenas and the Belline Club.
Would you say that's 1, 2, and 3 though?
And Mexican Dan. That would be my top three. Mexican Dan, Belline Club, and the Cadenas. Then I would probably throw you said the name.
Enrique Morphin.
Morphin dogs, yeah. Because they were pretty good dogs. And they were said to be Eli, you know, the true Eli Mexican bred dog. When you say breeders, we talking about the kennel himself in their breeding program.
Yeah, T-Bud, Maloney.
Right. All them other ones, no, them was dogs that was coming down off of them coming from Mexico.
Yeah.
You know, and what people believe was coming down off of Eli.
I've heard some stuff about that too.
The Morphin dog, everybody believed they was coming down off of Eli. You know what I'm saying? Because they was black and they was rough.
Somebody said the Black Rock dogs. They're good dogs.
Yeah, Black Rock dogs, yeah, they came along later. But because Black Rock could become a good kennel because they match fucking dogs. They matched their own shit. They was breeding their own stuff.
A lot of this stuff from over here slid over there, you know.
Yeah, they were using a lot of dogs from over here.
Yeah.
But that's what I liked it about the Mexicans, because when we fell off, they took over. Now it's their dogs coming back over here saving our dogs. You see what I'm saying? We got Black Rock dogs and dogs being bred today that's winning in today's game and in Mexico doing it, and they selling the dogs over here. And got some damn good ones.
What about the Fontenot? Like Booger?
Yeah. I mean, he puts her in the same mind as Mexican Dan.
Yeah.
They had a run. But see, here's my thing with that. You know, and I always say this because Texas, you know, you cannot, we talk about Detroit, Florida, and all them, but I'm telling you, I done seen Texas all up north. Okay? So There is no doubt that Texas have Bulldogs.
It's just
You know
so
what I mean?
big.
And you didn't have to leave Texas, but Texas didn't have a problem leaving Texas.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Texas did not have a problem leaving to go anywhere else. I've seen them come up. I've seen them lose to Skins.
They came up to
I've seen them came up to all the way up to Ohio. I saw them come up to Detroit and lose to grand champion ZEBO. She won her grand championship on a badass Texas female. Skins won his championship on a badass Texas dog in Florida. You know, they come out of there now. Shit. The Triple M and them, they way down there in that area, down there by Texas. The Plowboys, all down in that area. They all them Texas boys. They got some badass dogs. Shit, the boys who had Buck, that's where they was getting their dogs from. Buck was coming out of Texas. That's because they be border jumping. Man, they can go over the border and see them big old conventions and come back over the border with a bulldog. Throw a paper on his ass and I hear a new pedigree. James made that clear. Shit. Yeah, I came back with Rascal. Now everybody going with the Red Boy Jeep Rascal Cross. Don't know how the hell Rascal was really bred. However he was bred, he produced some nice ass dogs.
That's what mattered.
That's all that matters.
Usually if they're breeding them, it's for a reason.
Okay.
They wasn't breeding him for nothing.
Let me see. Mike, go ahead and check out your chat room. We're going to bring this one down to it. And what time is it, y'all? We be always getting on here just going on 4 hours and 2 minutes. We didn't be on here 4 hours and 2 minutes. Look at y'all.
Yeah,
Big shout out to my man Sean Smoking. What up, Sean? Sean said North Carolina was in the top of the Bulldog states.
Well, we got to get North Carolina they prop because, like I said, I came into the dog game in North Carolina. So there was no doubt in my mind that they had some Bulldogs because I was able to take their Bulldogs up to Ohio and win with them. But that's because look what I'm messing with. I'm messing with Snooty and Molly B. Not in the 3rd and 4th generation, but the 1st and 2nd. Coming off a champion red lady.
Going on high.
You know, I got dogs coming right off of Snooty with Bruiser. Bruiser coming off of Smell. So we had some good dogs coming out of Carolina. South Carolina had some good dogs.
Don't forget Solo. Can't forget Solo.
Yeah, we had a little Solo. She was a North Carolina dog. She was off of Low Posse's Buster and Low Posse's Queen.
A lot of that Posse stuff down that way, huh?
Oh, yeah, man. We didn't know nothing about no damn pedigrees. I can tell you what, for me being a Marine and then get me a pit bull that was a warrior, you know, I thought all pit bulls fought like our pits.
Yeah. Didn't even know what you had.
Didn't even know what I had. I didn't even know who Jazz Edwards was and Alice Brewer was to the game until I got back into Ohio. And I kicked it over their house like on a constant basis. The sheriff, me and him would always go out to their house and spend a whole Saturday or a whole Sunday out there just with them two. Go up there and see Stevenson Big Ben, Mr. Triplett had him. That's how I met him. You know, here at Hargrove, I used to just see all the guys.
Good dogs was everywhere back then.
Oh yeah. So I is a hot spot. There was a lot of great dogs. Everywhere, I think everywhere had great dogs. The thing is the competition. Bring it, bring it. That's what made the game. We don't ever talk about the Beach Boys. You know, we don't ever talk about Shangbone and his run to fame. You know, there's a lot of good dogs that we really haven't talked about that was out there on the circuit moving around. You know what I'm saying? There's some great dogs. The thing is when they get them to come together. There was people out there that didn't think that Banjo and them could lose. Well, Banjo and them did great. And they had a good run with the offspring. But I can tell you, the dogs that got down there and started digging into them offsprings of them Banjo dogs and BB Red dogs and started knocking off King Trina and them kind of dogs, they bought killers for them. They put killers on killers. Because that's what you're looking for in the world of the game. You know, nobody's scared of nobody. Somebody got something they ain't afraid of. You know, that's just how the game goes. Compete. It's all about competing. Nobody's supposed to be scared of nobody. You ain't swinging. Your dog's swinging. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay, where we at? Good dogs is worldwide. That's a good one. Kennels with Cowboy. True fact. You know, South Carolina was right up there too. Yeah, they was. I mean, when it comes to matching dogs, you know, y'all talk about David Tan and Crossroad and you know Walk'em. Man, let me tell y'all about them boys down in them Carolinas with them hood dogs. Be doing that shit right there in the bar. You gonna see some. These are the kind of boys that I'm pretty sure they didn't want to play with these boys. Okay? They was careful about playing with these boys. Because South Carolina, they got them yellow dogs down there being bred like David Tant, and they ain't got to go to David Tant to buy no dog. Yeah, they was getting dogs out of Tennessee and Georgia, bringing them dogs back into them Carolinas. Boy, Carolina, both north and south was not an easy place to go. So if you won there, you sure didn't win with gameness. Me, I believe in killers. I don't care if you got a game. He's not going to be able to show me no games tonight. You better have some ability. Gamers do not flirt me. You will get put on the chain being a game on my part. You better have a little bit more than you gamers. He was game though. But I ain't using it. As good as your body gonna use it. I'm gonna breed and win, go out here and win with these champions, and when I come back, I'm gonna be breeding them. I made 2 breedings with made 2, really 3. That was it. One with the baby he produced champion 1 today, and the other one I bred him to Brett. Came over my dam, and then I bred him. How did I get the shit? Now that was Twisted. Yeah, I bred Twisted to that Stone City bitch to come up with Naya and Twisted Nico. But yeah, I didn't breed. They too bound. He didn't get bred very much. Not in our yard. Not because he wasn't a great dog. We had dogs that was winning. You know what I mean? The boys that got made to after we let him go, they bred him. That's how made to got all them champions out there off of him because it wasn't us. You was a good one. What else we got? Well,
guys, it was good it was good chopping it up with you. I'm gonna hit the hay.
Hey, Trevor, thanks for stopping in, man. Hey, you know, every once in a while, can you do me a favor?
What's that?
I believe in some people miss these conversations about you and the Roy. Okay,
Yeah.
In today's world, I can guarantee you I'm going to be getting emails asking you questions about what you said.
Okay.
Okay, hard and complicated, but it would be, you're always invited to give up that knowledge, because I think it's very valuable even in today's world.
For sure, yeah. Anytime.
Okay, so I really appreciate that. Hey, fellas, I need that thumbs up and the muscles for travel tonight. So I'm before you hang up, man, and let this thing go, man. Let me get that out the way, my friend.
Okay.
All right, fellas, it's about that time. We finna shut this thing down. But as usual, I need y'all to show that love. And I don't know how many out there. Again, appreciate everybody to show up, but I need you to show up and show out now. So give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now show the guys some love. Give me some damn roses. Roses. We need damn roses.
Okay, there you go. Come on, man. Give it up, man. I want to see some shit, man. Show some love. I don't know how many people left in here. It's 1:30 in the morning, man. What are y'all doing? Hey, good shout out. Here you go. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Thank you, Blood Thirst.
Y'all show some love. Appreciate that, fellas. Show some love. Appreciate that. I'm glad to see y'all stuck around for that late. Y'all stuck around for these late night. I bet you want a goddamn neck cut with sis Mad Doctor. Mad Doctor.
Okay, fellas. All right, John. Thanks for stepping in, man. Always welcome to stop in, man, for that extra knowledge, man. Really appreciate that.
Sure love, fellas.
You guys have a good night.
And you as well, sir. Thank you again.
Hey, Oliver, I think take a look at the little ticket on there with the email address. That I did take care of that for you, sir. It should work for you. I'm glad you brought it to my attention because I wasn't paying no attention to it. But appreciate that. It should work now.
Here we go, fellas.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. Mad Doctor. Mad Doctor. I don't see no thumbs up. I don't see no muscles, Mad Doctor. You was on the show. I need to get some roses for the Mad Doctor.
Where my man at?
Where is the Mad Doctor? I get some roses, show some love for the Mad Doctor, because I can't forget him tonight. Appreciate the love.
Hey man, that man,
He's something else, ain't he?
he told me
Yeah, that boy Loco, boy. That boy Loco, how you doing some local stuff? You know we ain't gonna get no money this one. He came in there doing all the bombs that let him enjoy himself. I wasn't gonna stop a man from enjoying himself on the show now.
Big shout out to the Mad Doctor.
He was kicking it. Although like when he go replay, he gonna be like twin. You know, I'm sorry about that, man. You know, I was on that poor local, man. You know. Yes, sir. Come on in. I'm heading out.
Big shout out to the Mad Doctor coming through with that toothpaste showing the love.
Way to go, baby. Yeah. Hey. What's up, baby? Yes, sir. Thank you, Mad Doctor. Love you, man.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to everybody who showed up and showed out. Let me get in here, Mo. Yes, sir. fellas, you know, it's been a pleasure. We're coming to the end of the month, and this community needs a whole lot of these kind of conversations tonight. You know, I'm like that. Let's make sense of some of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's important that we try to move this thing forward as far as the whole American Pit Bull Terrier community head into a legit platform to where it can be, you know, recognized in a different way. I'm always for that. Look forward to seeing it happen. Hopefully I can see it in a lifetime. But, you know, our conversation for us as OGs, speaking of the past, you know, we look forward to seeing that. But till then, we still are in support of just saying, hey, a good bulldog is always going to be looked at as far as what it has done, regardless of how it's bred, what it's doing. The recognition going to be always appreciated as a bulldog because of its performance. It don't matter what it is. I just think it's necessary that we keep that thought in mind when we talk about preserving something. We don't need to preserve blood if it ain't doing shit. Hold on. We need some good dog men to put together these bulldogs and show them in a new light. And I'm 100%, you know, on board with however you do it, as long as you're doing something. You know, that's where it gets big. We would never have many matches and shows if we couldn't get together to make it happen. You know, that's how competition works. You need to have an opponent. So the days of the old have changed, but the dog is still the same dog. You just got to do what you got to do in these new days and times to make it the dog of now is something worthy of talking about. So as we close out tonight, I want all these, I want all these show people, all my community, dog loving American Pit Bull Terrier fanciers out there. We're all gonna have in common. If we don't have nothing else in common, in order to strive and make it something worth talking about in this game, you better always. You better always. I'm trying to tell you now, all y'all, you better always scratch the wheel. Sir, better act like you know, boy. That's all I'm saying. The stuff ain't, you know, it ain't easy. That's what they say. They say it ain't easy. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Everybody for showing out. Thank Cowboy. Yeah, I heard you just then. No. Oh, this other mic right here. Hey, but look, fellas, we'll see y'all Tuesday. Till then, keep scratching. Let me see how you do this. I gotta give my man his love right quick. Big shout out to the man, Dr. Cannabis Cowboy. Appreciate the love, fam. I see you. Chico Nicholas. Much love, fam. Let me see that. Yeah. I'm out, fellas.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, and Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.